Thank you so much for tuning into No Soundbites Allowed today. I'm the political dragon, Michael Voss, and I hope you've enjoyed this conversation as much as I did. Remember, on this podcast, we don't settle for sound bites. We dive deeper, challenge assumptions, and have the conversations that matter. If you liked today's show, don't forget to subscribe, share, and leave us your comments. Your support helps us reach more people and continue to bring you the hard-hitting discussions you won't hear anywhere else. Follow me on the major social media platforms like X, Twitter, YouTube, Rumble, and more to stay updated on upcoming episodes and join the conversation live on our next live stream. We love hearing from you and we value every perspective. We stream live, responding to your chats and calls starting at 2:30 p.m. every Sunday. Until next time, this is Michael Voss, and you've been listening to No Soundbites Allowed. Stay informed, stay engaged, and as always, don't settle for the sound bites. One second, folks. We're going to be right with you. Hello, everybody. Give me just one moment. Just making sure that everything is up and live. So please bear with me just a second here. Just trying to make sure that everybody can see and hear the show. And, it's one of the joys of being a one-man operation. We don't have the thousands of employees that are normally found at like CNN or MSNBC or any of the big news media organizations. So we got to do it ourselves. And that sometimes takes a moment or two for everything to come together. But with that said, hello, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. It is now 2:33 in the afternoon on Sunday, March 9th. I'm happy to be here with you. I hope this finds all of our audience well, and I look forward to speaking with you today. If you're new to the channel, we want to first of all say welcome and thank you for being part of our audience. We appreciate that you're spending time with us, whether it's 5 minutes, 5 hours, whatever it may be. We also want you to know that we do long-form political commentary, and that means that we look at the issues in depth. We give them more than just the minute and a half at best that you'll find on the mainstream news media. We don't stick to just the approved messages. We talk about the details and the consequences. And we do this because we believe in the First Amendment. We believe in your right to free speech, no matter where in the world you may be. Even if your government doesn't like it, even if the internet overlords are pissed off, we want to have the conversation with you because we all have a right to speak about our governments and the issues that affect us all and to help change them to make the world a better place. So we hope you will enjoy this episode and all of the episodes and joining us every week for our live conversation with you. This is year 8 of doing this, so we're looking forward to it. I should mention that coming up on April 6, 2025, that is my birthday, and every year on my birthday, I do a marathon live stream. Normally it lasts about 12 hours, sometimes a little bit longer, of me and sometimes some guests speaking about everything and anything that you would like to speak about and the issues of the day, and also reflecting on the over 50 years of experience that I've had in my lifetime at this time. So that's something to look forward to, folks. April 6th. Plus, we're looking at donating to a charity. We'll talk more about that coming up. That being said, let me mention to you Okay, yeah, we should be up on all channels at this point. That being said, I do want to, normally the format on the program, normally on the program format is that we deal with breaking news, which we will go into. There is some breaking news today. And then we normally get into the international and then the domestic. We take a break after about 2.5 hours to go into, to walk my dog, to let you guys have something to eat, and then we come back with the domestic. So that's usually the format. But today we're going to do something a little bit different. Before I get into the breaking news that came out earlier today, actually early this morning, and we'll talk about that in just a second, but I do want to refer back to, there was a comment. Now normally we do a Wednesday live stream with the Liberty First Foundation. It's a panel discussion, and we talk about the issues and the constitutionality of many things that are affecting us around the world here in the United States. But, and it's always funny because we get like 300 people watching us live then, but somehow YouTube's algorithm never transfers that 300 person audience into the live stream on Sunday. I don't get it. Middle of the week, late at night on a Wednesday, we get 300 people watching. Sunday in the afternoon, YouTube says, oh, well, we're not going to show it to anyone. Pet peeve of mine. I'll get into that later. But I wanted to mention, as you can see on the screen right now, there was a comment which came from Far North Cal, one of our subscribers and an audience member. And in that comment, we got a request. Far North Cal asked, and they said, Mike, I tried to make a comment at the end of the live stream on Wednesday, but didn't have enough time to put it out there. Said, as a female and a victim of takedown robbery, with my face down on the ground with 4 guns pointed at me and being called every foul name in the book, would like to hear more discussion on laws regarding self-defense and reasons why we aren't allowed to defend ourselves. Now, as I promised, I would be targeting this issue today. I do want to speak briefly about it, and I think this is an important issue. And I've done many, many episodes. You can go back and you can see this is we've been talking about it in 2022, 2021. I think this was 2019, 5 years ago, 2019. We have a long history of talking about gun control, talking about its failures, its lack of effectiveness or efficiency, and the way it leaves Americans being undefended. And I think it's a big issue. And Far North Cal, I understand your concern, because California, like New York, like Illinois, are one of the most anti-Second Amendment states in the entire nation, which is a problem. Because in the United States, we have a fundamental birthright to being able to defend ourselves, both ourselves, our property, our loved ones, and our nation from any who would do us harm or try to strip away these things from us. But progressives don't like your right to defend yourself. And I'm going to be very explicit about that. The largest number of anti-Second Amendment movement is from the far left of America. They don't like guns. They think all firearms are what they see in movies. They think it's like Arnold Schwarzenegger in Commando, that you can fire an M60 forever. They think that just because a firearm is made of metal or is painted black, that it's somehow deadlier than any other type of firearm. And we've discussed this many, many times. The fact that an M16 in Illinois and in California, in New York, is something that is prohibited, but yet the M14 Ruger is perfectly fine. Yet they fire at the same rate of fire. They have the same type of firearm. In fact, if you have a M14 Ruger with a wood stock, that's legal in all these states. But if you have the same exact firearm, a semi-automatic rifle, that's made out of metal and tends to be black, well, that one is banned. This is the fundamental illogic of the far left. And it shows that they have an irrational hate of the Second Amendment, of people being able to defend themselves. And even it goes even further than that. As we've highlighted before on this channel, in New York State, having a passive self-defense, wearing a bulletproof vest, is illegal. It is a crime. Mind you, I do own a bulletproof vest. And I wear that bulletproof vest because I often go and have many times gone out to protests by the far left, and I have covered them live, and I have been surrounded, I have been followed, I have been threatened at many of these events because I am showing the public what these individuals say and how they act. And they don't like it. I'm very well known throughout central and central New York and western New York. And many of these organizations, like the Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, know me by sight. Many of the politicians know me by sight, and their staff know me by name. So it's a dangerous thing. And for my own protection, having gotten multiple death threats, having gotten multiple events where live I have been surrounded by individuals with a less than friendly intent, yeah, I wear a bulletproof vest. And in New York State, that is illegal. It is a passive form of self-defense. It is meant only to protect me from the actions of someone else. And that is a crime in New York State. Does that make sense to anyone? No one dies from wearing a bulletproof vest. There is no person in the history of America that I'm aware of. I mean, maybe there's one person got that, had someone use a bulletproof vest as a bludgeon and they were bludgeoned to death. I mean, it's possible. But to my knowledge, there has never been a case, an arrest, where someone died because they were wearing a bulletproof vest and that resulted in an offensive attack against anyone else. Doesn't exist. Doesn't exist. But this is a highlight of the fallacy that we see coming from the left, that they believe the mere possession of something they don't like is a crime, that effectively doing something they don't like is a crime. That's what it boils down to. It is about control. Gun control isn't about firearms. It's about control of individuals, about how they live, about how they respect or respond to authority. It is about controlling and micromanaging individuals' lives. You're not responsible. That's why we see in many states there's a castle doctrine, like in Florida, which says that if someone comes into your home to do you harm, that you have a right to defend yourself up to and including using deadly force, which makes sense. Because someone has invaded your home. They have an intent to harm you. It is not your obligation to run away. It is not your obligation to bow down to that aggressor. No, you defend yourself. They are the ones who initiated the violence, and they take on the risk that goes with that attack. That's what the castle defense is all about. But in states like California, New York, New Jersey, and others, they believe that you must run away. That the only time you have the right to defend yourself, to defend your family, to defend your property or your nation, is when you are backed into a corner and you have no other option. You cannot run away anymore. That's failure. That's abject failure. And the reasoning is, well, the government will protect you. They can't. You cannot put a police officer walking with every single human being in the United States. You can't have a police officer on every single corner. You cannot be protected by the government 24/7. It's not possible. Not even in futuristic dystopian governments do you see that. I mean, think about Judge Dredd, the comic book or the movie Dredd. Even in that case, where you have individuals who are law enforcement, the ultimate law enforcement, judge, jury, and executioner all at once, even they cannot protect all of the citizens all the time, everywhere. It's just not realistic, not even in fantasy. We understand that. But the left believes wholeheartedly that they can. And that's why gun control always fails. For over 50 years of my life, we have been promised over and over again that if you just pass one more law, criminals, who are, by definition, individuals who do not follow the law, that if you pass one more law, they will suddenly see the light of day and they will become law-abiding citizens. It never happens. That is a delusion. It is so far from fantasy, it is delusional to think that that is the case. But that isn't the intent of gun control laws. The intent of a gun control law is for you to give up your right to comply. It is against the law-abiding citizen. It is not meant for the criminal. And when we think about it, in the United States, there are some 350 million firearms owned by some 160 million individuals. About every 1 out of 2 people in America own about 2.5 firearms. That's the estimate overall. That's the widely accepted estimate. If firearms were the cause and the root problem, half the nation would not exist. Easily. At least. But that's not the case. That has never been the case. So firearms, by definition, by empirical fact, are not the problem. It is the person who wields the firearm. Yet all of the firearm laws are against law-abiding citizens, individuals who literally 99.994% of gun owners are lawful gun owners. They pose no problem to anyone. They never have, and they never will. They follow the law. They are lawful in their use of their firearm. They use it to defend themselves for sporting and for hunting, and just for the general well-being of them and their families and their property and their government. But yet, 99% of all the laws are targeting those 99.994% of lawful gun owners who are not the problem. And that tells you that gun control is about mind control. It is about life control. It is about government usurping your individuality and putting you under control. They're not trying to address or take care of the problem of guns. If they were, we would not see Chicago be the way it is. Baltimore would not be the way it is. Detroit, LA, New York City would not have the death rates that they have if politicians were actually focused on punishing criminals instead of law-abiding citizens. I want to make that very clear. And I know a lot of people, there are some people who disagree with the Second Amendment. They disagree with gun control. And by the way, if you don't want to own a firearm, perfectly fine. You have the right not to. No one is forcing you to do so. That is the joy of America. But just because you may not want to own a firearm does not mean I can't. You can't force me to not be able to own a firearm because you don't like it. And yet, the progressive left movement does try to force people to comply with their feelings and their thoughts. And I have to say, why is their feeling, their desires, more important than my own? In my own life, why should I change the way I feel and the way I live because someone else has a different feeling? Why don't they have to comply to my feeling? No one ever addresses that. No one ever talks about that when we talk about gun control or any other form of freedom. No one ever likes to speak about that. So, getting back to the question and Far North Cal, I want to make sure you understand. I really am upset that you had to go through that experience in your life. And I've had similar experiences. I've had a crackhead pull a gun on me, standing within less than arm's reach, pointing the firearm dead center into my chest. That was in the 90s. Could have easily killed me at any moment. I do understand what it is to have someone, a criminal, with criminal intent, have a firearm on you, and your life could end at any moment based on their whims. I understand that. And that's why people should have the right to defend themselves, to be able to own bulletproof vests, a passive self-defense. But it's those people who live in a dream world who believe that, no, they can control the crime by controlling the tool. I'm sorry. We've seen madmen use cars and trucks, knives and bombs. They've used baseball bats and rocks, pushing people in front of trains. You cannot stop evil. You cannot. I wish we could. I wish it were that simple as just passing a law. It's not. So we have to say, and we have to identify as a nation and have this conversation. If you want effective gun control, target the criminals, not the law-abiding citizen. We have to target what causes someone to commit mass shootings, school shootings, robberies, gang violence. We need to address those root causes because it's not one solution. I believe 538, which is a far-left website, looked into what are the causes of mass shootings. There are over 38 different causes that 538 was able to identify in their own independent study of mass shootings in America over the last 50 years. It's not just because you own a gun. That has never been the reasoning. That's not the answer. That's the tool that is used to conduct the crime. The crime itself, the core reasoning, is something completely different. It could be racism, it could be sexism, it could be religious in its nature, it could be just motivated by violence or just because of criminality. Someone wants your money, they want your possessions, they don't like you, they don't like your ideology. There are many reasons for this to happen. Some of them are just plain old mental illness. We need to address those root causes. We need to address that to seriously put a dent in gang violence, in drug violence, in human trafficking, otherwise known as slavery, in dealing with madmen, religious fanatics. We need to address the root causes and stop pretending that we can just, just pass another law. We have over 22,000 local, state, and federal laws in the United States controlling the use of firearms. 22,000. And it is a fantasy of the left to think that when we get to 22,001, suddenly the problems, the root causes of crime, of violence, of firearm abuse will suddenly end. That's a fantasy. And no one wants to say that out loud because those very same progressives can't sleep at night knowing the reality. Well, perhaps they shouldn't sleep at night and spend the time that they're awake thinking of an effective plan, addressing the root causes, rather than trying to make themselves feel better so they can sleep better, thinking they've done something when all they have done is made more American citizens victims rather than having solutions. So, North Cal, I'm going to get to everyone's comments in a moment, but because we did get that direct request from one of our audience members and a member, subscriber of the channel, I wanted to address that before I did anything else because I didn't forget your question. I did want to address it, and I told you, I promised you I would address it on Sunday, so I did want to do a little bit of that. Let me go to some of the comments that came through as I was speaking there. Dal, thank you for being the first one to comment today. And Dal mentioned that, yes, Everybody is up on Rumble, so everything is doing great. Now goes on to say, that is why duty to retreat is a very bad joke. Yes, it always results in violence. It is always a problem because the aggressor has no reason to stop being an aggressor. They will continue. If they broke into your home, they will continue to chase you down. They have no reason to stop. Dow goes on to say, duty to retreat is never applied equally either. If it were, even security would be retreating, unless the law has a carve out for the law enforcement. Well, in most cases, it depends on the type of law enforcement, to address your point. So, yes, in many locations where we have security guards who are not armed security guards, just, you go into your local CVS or something like that, they will not enforce the law. They have been taught, they have been trained, and they have regulations from their companies not to engage with someone. If you're doing shoplifting, if you've stolen something, if they brandish a weapon, they have been taught and they have the regulations from their company not to engage that individual, if at all possible. So, yes, they will retreat. In many, many businesses, those security guards retreat. They're just meant to be a visual deterrent, not actually a physical deterrent, not actually there for protection of anyone. Now, armed security, when you go into somewhere like a bank, if you go into SROs, which are armed security in schools, they have slightly different rules. They are meant to engage if necessary. If there is a valid, current, real threat to the lives of children, then in that case, they would be engaging to respond with deadly force if necessary. So it depends very much on, are we talking about, is it a private business? Is this a armed or unarmed security personnel? What is the goals of that business in relation to the laws in that state? So it does change a little bit. Kim goes on to say, criminals don't have any money. Law-abiding citizens have a means to pay the almighty money to defend themselves. Well, that's true and not true. I mean, gangs, cartels, they don't actually have money of their own, but they do generate money. They do steal money. So that's a kind of an odd way of looking at it. But yes, you do have the right that if you wish to, you should defend yourself. In fact, I would mention Far Cal North, and for everyone out there, one thing that I have always suggested, every woman in America should be required to be trained on a firearm. That should be part of graduating from high school. You cannot graduate high school as a woman unless you have taken a course on firearm safety and operation, which means that you know how to operate a firearm and that you have fired it before in your life. Now, that does not require women to own a firearm. It does not. It doesn't mandate that women must own firearms. It does not. It would just mean that every woman in America is proficient and capable of being able to safely own and fire a firearm. That would send a message through to gangs and to criminals and to perhaps even crazy people and religious fanatics that half of the population of the United States could be armed at any given moment and that they are proficient in being armed, which would make it more of a threat for them to commit acts of violence, because half the population could be armed and are capable of being able to use that firearm. It would be a massive deterrent, and it would also help women in defending themselves from sexual assaults, because for those men, they'll think, oh yeah, for the men, the minority, ultra minority of men that believe that they can sexually assault a woman because they're 6 feet to a foot taller than a woman, they weigh 50 to 100 pounds more than a woman, that they are more physically capable of assaulting a woman, they would have to think twice, because every woman has been trained on how to fight back, because a firearm for a woman who on average is what, 5'3", weighs on average 125 pounds, 130, 140, whatever, that woman has an equalizer, so that every man who's 6 foot tall, weighs about 225 pounds, they no longer have the advantage, because that woman might be armed and she has been trained on how to use that firearm, that she is proficient. They have to think twice about, do they want to take that risk? Because this woman could be armed, and she has been trained, and she can use this firearm. So she is now equal, because their strength, their weight, their height are no longer advantages. I believe very much every woman should be trained in America. Graduating high school must be trained to be able to use a firearm. I think that is a wonderful thought. Not everyone will agree. Okay. Kim goes on. Well, no, only in America you get all the justice you can afford. It's the name of the game. And that's a shame. That tends to be true. And we really need to change that. We really do. Cool Roy is with us. Hello, Cool Roy. And by the way, hello, Kim. Thank you for being here with us today. Cool Roy is with us as well. And he says, it's the people who have been taught to hate like Democrats and Hamas that are the problem. They are oppressing our world. And he goes on to say, Democrats are obsessed with taking, not making anything better. People who are successful, who are successfully taught to hate and blame other races and countries, tend to believe they have the right to do anything, even becoming barbarians like Hamas. And Cool Roy is not for that. I don't entirely agree with that, Cool Roy, but I do understand the meaning of what you're saying. I do understand the concern that you have, that hate will metastasize. It will become like cancer. It will grow, and it will infect others, and it will increase the amount of violence that we all have to deal with in our lives. And I have a problem with that, of course. But I think the proper action is, one, if you are interested, learn how to use and to efficiently use a firearm, to go through the process of becoming a firearm owner in your state, depending on the regulations where you are, to take that process, to go through that process, and at the same time, to impress upon elected officials at the local, state, and federal level, to write them letters, to send them emails, to show up at town halls and say, gun control laws as they exist are inefficient. They do not work. They have never worked. Whether it's a red flag law, like in New York State, we were promised in 2018, red flag laws will end gun violence. It didn't happen. In fact, gun violence increased. It had no effect. We were promised in 2013 that the New York SAFE Act would end gun violence and you would be safe. Did not happen. In fact, gun violence increased. There is no gun law, all of the gun laws you can think of, every single one of them that Democrats champion for the entire nation exist already in Detroit, in Chicago, in Baltimore. They already exist. All of them. Doesn't work. Does not stop gun violence. It does not stop gun deaths. It does not stop gangs and the criminal and the criminally insane from doing what they do. Therefore, we need to have a different approach. Doing the same thing over and over again, expecting something different to happen, is the definition of insanity. And that's what our gun control policies are. It's insanity. We're doing the same thing for 50 years, and we expect that, well, this time it'll work. No, it won't. How about we address the root problems, and we allow American citizens to be able to defend themselves? That may work. If nothing else, after more than half a century of doing something that does not work, How about we do something that might work? How about we try something new? That's what I would suggest. Okay. But I did promise that I wanted to address this, and I hope, and far North Cal, if I have not addressed your issue, your question, if there's more detail, please ask me again or ask me a more detailed question. I'll try and give you an answer. But I have literally dozens, if not hundreds, of videos going back over the last, 15 years that I've been on YouTube. Plus, I have, I don't know, hundreds of articles that I have written about the Second Amendment, about red flag laws and gun control and SAFE Act and firearms in general over the last 20 years that you can look up, and you'll see many of my thoughts dealing with very specific issues. So try that. Look on YouTube, on Rumble, look up my old website. You may be able to see some of the answers there that you're looking for. If not, do ask. I'll be happy to answer that. We try on this channel to address everybody. We really do. So I hope that answers some people's, and I'm pretty sure that YouTube is going to suppress the living hell out of this live stream because I'm talking about gun control, and I'm not talking about it in the approved manner. I'm not saying what CNN would say. I'm not saying what the Democrats in Congress would say. And therefore, they don't want you to have this conversation. They don't want you to understand that the solution isn't passing another law that criminals will again ignore. It's addressing the root causes. That firearms innately, inherently are not the problem. It's the way the person uses. Same thing with whether they're using a truck to run through a parade of people, whether they're using bombs like in Columbine. It is the person and their intent, not the firearm or the weapon. That's how it breaks down to. That's your problem every single time. All right. So I did promise I would get into that. But I did want to get into the main show today, which is to talk about what's going on in the world, what's affecting us all. And by the way, if you haven't noticed, I love interaction between me and the audience from wherever in the world you may be. Whether you agree or disagree, that is fine. Let's have that conversation. As long as it's respectful, you want to ask a respectful question, I am more than happy to answer it and to discuss it with you. You don't have to agree. I'm not a progressive. So just because I'm black and just because I'm talking to you doesn't mean you have to agree with me. We can have that conversation. That being said, we wanted to deal with some of the breaking news today. And I think one of the most important stories is that there was a man shot, and as of the last about half an hour ago, I was checking the news, there hasn't been an update of who this individual is or what their status is. We know that somebody from Indiana came to Washington, D.C. Their intent, it seems, was to either try to take action, to enact violence, to attempt to assassinate perhaps Donald Trump. And in the process, it seems that there was a deep concern that this individual sought to die in that process. That this, basically, it's called, there's a term for this, it's called suicide by cop. And it seems that this individual was looking to commit suicide by Secret Service. Whether or not they could also inflict other harm, we don't know. And it seems that this individual was successful in achieving their goal of suicide by cop. Because they engaged with a firearm with the Secret Service just outside of the White House in Washington, D.C., and they were shot. Again, we don't have updated words, at least at the start of this show. We did not know who this individual is. We don't know whether this individual is still alive or not. The last reporting that we have that was confirmed said that this individual was taken to a hospital. They were injured, and that's all we know. And this happened at midnight. Midnight this morning, 12 a.m. in the morning, on the 9th, this individual encountered the Secret Service and got shot. This would be potentially the 4th or 5th known attempt to assassinate Donald Trump if the initial reporting is correct. That's troubling. And I think it tells us something about the way people have been trained. They are terrified of what Donald Trump is doing. We have received more transparency in 45 days than most presidents are able to provide to the American people in 4 years. And that is shocking to the system. It is a shock to the core of this nation. And we need more of it. We need more of this shock. We need to understand how wasteful our government has been, how negligent our government has been on the issues that affect us all. Now, I'm all for having the conversation. Why is the American government paying for full tuition for students in Southeast Asia, whether they be in Laos or Thailand or anywhere else? Why are we paying for them to go to college in Southeast Asia? Why is that a responsibility of the American people? Why are we spending any money whatsoever to have students go to college in a different country, not Americans, foreigners, people in their own country, to go to college in their own country? Why is that a responsibility for the American people? And we found out that is something that we're paying for. Why are we paying to promote for gender and LGBTQAI, the whole alphabet? Why are we paying for countries to become aware of the alphabet in their own country? That's not our responsibility. It's not our obligation. Why are we trying to do these things? Why are we trying to change cultures in countries around the world with tens of millions of, in some cases, hundreds of millions of dollars? Why are we doing this? We spend about $2.6 billion a year trying to change the culture of other countries. Why? Who voted for this? Where was the bill that was presented to the American people to vote on and to say, yeah, let's spend, I don't know, 100 million, a billion, whatever amount, on trying to convince other countries around the world that they should promote, I don't know, intersectionality or critical race theory or trans? Why is that our obligation? Why must the American people pay for that when we were never asked? That was just done behind our backs, and the government didn't care. They just paid. They just put the check through. Now, some of these organizations, some of these proposals, these bills that we've been paying, they're actually just fronts. Like, you can go to Pakistan, to some of the colleges where the United States government has paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to promote women's rights. And you'll go into that college classroom paid for by the United States government, and there'll be one person in that room, maybe, and that's it. No one's taking the class. No one's actually showing up because the money isn't meant to actually change the Pakistani people's opinion about women's rights. No, it was a bribe. That money went to administrators, that went to members of the government to pay them, to bribe them to be on America's side. So some of these things are known scams. And under many presidents, the Treasury Department just said, well, we're actually in truth funding a scam. We're funding terrorism. We know we are wasting the money. And they did it anyway. And they sent the check anyway. Now we have transparency. We know that happens. We know the reality. The answer is, do we continue to do that? We now have to have that conversation in America. We need more of that. It is still a shock to the system. And there are people who say, no, but we have to protect trans rights around the world. Okay, why? Make the argument. Tell me why I should be promoting LGBTQ or trans rights or anything else in any other country than the United States. Let's have that discussion. It's one thing to say, well, we're going to do that in America. Well, we can have that discussion too. But why should we do it in any other country? That's a discussion we should have in America, because if we don't, as an American people, if we don't agree with that, and so far it seems like we don't, then why are we doing it? Why are we wasting money? That's money that we could put to feed our own kids who are starving. That money could be used to help our own veterans and the homeless in our nation. That money could be used to help those who are mentally unstable in our own country. And perhaps even we could use the money, if we must use it on things overseas, how about we feed kids around the globe? If we must spend hundreds of billions of dollars in other nations, let's help feed their kids as we feed our own, instead of just trying to change someone's culture that we know isn't going to change, because they don't take it seriously. They take the money, but they don't take the message. No one wants to be California. Not in America, not around the world. They'll take your money, but they won't become California, because they see California is a failure. You can be as progressive as you want to be. California is a failure. It is the example that progressivism doesn't work. It cannot function on its own. We've already seen that. We've already seen that when Donald Trump shut down federal funding grants to all the various states for less than 24 hours, in fact, less than 12 hours, we saw that New York State, Washington State, California, Illinois, Maryland, we had 11 states come out and they lost their minds and told you. They put out a live stream saying they can't function without government funding. That tells you they have completely and utterly failed. That they are so busy wasting money that unless the federal government gives them more, they cannot operate. They are dysfunctional. Why are we continuing this path? And I ask that of everyone on the left. Why should we be continuing these programs when we know from the states themselves they have failed? They cannot run these programs without outside help, that they need eternally more money coming from someone else to pay, because these things don't work. They're ineffective. They're inefficient. Why are we doing this? So we need more transparency, I believe. Again, this is why my channel is getting suppressed. This is why we don't have 300 people watching live on a Sunday, even though we get 300 people watching live on a Wednesday. Because YouTube knows we can reach more people on a Sunday in the middle of the afternoon. They know this, and they do not want this message out. This, as you can see on the screen right now, and I'll blow this up a little bit. This is from yesterday, March 8th, at 1:30 in the afternoon, Eastern Standard Time. And this is what YouTube is trying to get out. This is what, and I know for a fact that this isn't just going out to my channel. This was going out to several content creators who are in politics. And this was the same message they were given. These are the same articles that they were told should be the push. This is why we get suppressed, because we're not doing the approved thing. YouTube wants us to say that Pete Buttigieg is great. He's not. And he's not in government anymore. Why would I talk about Pete Buttigieg? He isn't doing anything. He's not effective or efficient or involved. Why would I talk about him? But YouTube wants us to talk about it. Google, the parent of YouTube, wants us to say that Donald Trump is a dictator. That isn't what polling is saying. The American people, after the Congressional Address, the State of the Union 2025, this week, 74%, that includes Democrats, 74% of Americans, that includes independents, said that they agree with the agenda that Donald Trump has laid out at this time. His overall presidential approval is CBS saw it at 51%. Rasmussen recently saw it at 50%. Looking at all polls combined, Donald Trump is at 48.9%. He has a positive. More people are approving than disapproving his job performance over the last 45 days. Why would we say he's a dictator when most Americans agree? Politicians, political organizations, the news media don't like it. Europe may not like it, but the American people do. So why am I going to try and tell the American people that the guy they like, the programs and the policies that they are enjoying, that they want to see continue, that makes him a dictator? That's counterintuitive and it doesn't make sense. But that's what Google wants me to tell you. Google wants me to say that a Republican congressman is being blasted by his angry voters, but that's not what we are seeing across this nation. They want me to say that, well, Fox News is terrible. Look at how bad they are. They don't know what they're doing. Are you kidding me? Have you seen what Democrats are doing? Have you seen the Choose Your Fight video? And you want to tell me that Fox News, which I don't watch CBS, I don't watch Fox News, I don't watch ABC, I don't watch CNN or MSNBC, other than dealing with specific articles, you don't see me quote them. I don't quote any of the mainstream news media unless I'm speaking about a specific issue, and I never, virtually never, 99.99% of the time, will never quote Fox News. Because I know what happens. If I did, then they would suppress this channel even more. This is what we are fighting against, folks. That's why I ask you to like, share, and subscribe. Because this is what they think. This is what Google and YouTube want to program you into believing is the truth. None of this has to do with any truth that is happening in America at this moment. None of these issues are the issues the American people are concerned about, that the American people are talking about, that are happening and affecting Americans and the world right now. None of this. This is what YouTube wants you to talk about because they can control you. Because they want to control what you speak about. They want to control what you think about. And they want you to be aligned with their political agenda. Now, I will tell you, you may or may not agree with me. That's fine. That's okay. You don't have to think I'm right. You don't have to agree with me 100%. But at least we can have the conversation. YouTube, Google, no, they don't want conversations. They want you to obey. And that's why I think it's important that we talk about things that are really actually happening. They want to talk about Pete Buttigieg. What about the fact that Poland is now looking to become a nuclear nation? That they want access to nuclear firearms to protect themselves because they don't believe that the European Union is capable of defending itself. That the European Union does not not incoherent, not incompatible, but it's confused. That there is no unity in leadership in the EU. And that means that there is no unified military either. We've heard recently that the United Kingdom and France, they want to put 30,000 troops in the Ukraine. Who's going to lead those troops? Where are those troops going to come from? What countries are going to put in how many troops and how much money and how many munitions and firearms are going to be committed to that? No one has any idea. The countries throughout Europe don't agree on this. They don't want to send their people. They don't want to have to spend their money on this. They don't want or do not have the ability to provide firearms fund this movement, there's no agreement. So Poland is saying they can't trust the European Union. And NATO, with the United States, is iffy because the United States is saying, why should we continue to pay for everything? And we do. We pay for over more than 75% of the cost of NATO is held by the United States. We put in 80% of the troops to do whatever NATO is doing at any given point anywhere in the world. That's 80% U.S. troops. And 75% of the funding is coming from the United States. Why are we carrying this burden for things that are not our issues in America, that aren't our primary concern? It's not like someone has invaded Poland. That would be a different argument. That would be Article 5 of the NATO Constitution, and that would be a different circumstance. That's not the case. We have peacekeeping efforts under NATO around the world. Why is the United States paying for that? Why isn't Europe taking care of its own problems, defending themselves? And the answer is, and Poland understands this, France and Germany and Italy and the United Kingdom have been living in a fantasy world. The United States has taken care of all of their needs, their cost of defense. So rather than defending themselves, rather than having an economy that takes into account protecting their own people, they've offloaded that bill to the United States. And they've spent that money on how many protests happen in France? Every other month, there's a national strike in France. Every other month, we see that the left in the United Kingdom are taking in more and more illegal aliens that is harming their national unity. This is an ongoing conversation in the United Kingdom as we speak. And that means they are beholden to the United States, whether they like it or not, because they're incapable of defending themselves, because they have outsourced it to the United States. And the United States is tired of it. Why are we paying for this? Why do we have to pay to protect England when England won't even pay to protect itself and is instead spending money on having more illegal aliens come into England, which is causing problems in England? Why are we paying for that? Poland says, doesn't make sense. They understand the American position. And their answer is, we'll defend ourselves. We'll spend the money. They're one of the only nations in Europe that is willing to spend 5% of their GDP to protect themselves. England's patting its back right now, saying they went from 2.3% of their GDP being spent on defense, and they increased it to 2.5. Oh my God, they're so proud of themselves. Keir Starmer is running around England right now, taking a victory lap because he increased the amount of funding, of spending in England by 0.2%, because America will take care of the rest of it, because America's got their back. They think that they've done something important and special by increasing their own self-defense by 0.2%. It's meaningless. It's absolutely, it's not even something that they're just doing for show. It isn't even the dog and pony show. It is meaningless. It is nothing. And they know it. But they're going to do their victory lap to make it seem like they're paying attention, to make it seem like they're being effective and efficient. They aren't. And Poland knows it. And so Poland is saying, we can't survive with the EU. They have to survive on their own, which is why they have a border, why they have a wall on their border, why they have a military, and why they have increased their military and their military spending. Because they want to survive. Because they want to be effective and efficient at the same time. I think this is very important to understand. Because as much as people are saying, well, Europe's going to fold, it's America's fault. It's not. Poland is a great example. It's not our fault or our responsibility. Poland wants to defend themselves. Great. Poland stopped letting illegal aliens into their country. Poland said they had a border and they defend that border. They have built a wall on that border. They are building a military. America is not responsible for Poland. Poland is responsible for themselves. And so Poland is taking action. Europe is not our problem. The Italian Prime Minister, this tells you what the state of Europe is. The Italian Prime Minister rejected the plan by France and by England to put in 30,000 troops into the Ukraine. That happened this week. Because, when Zelensky screwed up in the White House, as we discussed last week, and I'm wrong in my prediction, I thought he would be removed from office by now. I said last week, Sunday, on this program, I told you I expected him to resign or be kicked out of office because of what happened last Friday. That is not the case. Now, Ukraine is backtracking. Zelensky has said since then that he is sorry. He has said that he's going to sign the mineral deal for the United States, that he recognizes how important the United States is. Now that he already screwed up, now that he found out Europe can't protect him, he's found out the same thing that Poland figured out, that Europe isn't the answer, the United States is. And the United States is the only answer. And that no matter what these politicians are saying to the Ukraine, the fact is they're not willing to back it up. Because Italy made it very clear. They're not going to send any troops in. Do they want to defend Ukraine? Yes, they do. Do they want someone else to put in the troops to make sure that happens? Yes, they do. Because they're not going to put in their troops along with France, along with England, to defend the Ukraine. They're not going to do it. In fact, I believe the quote is, and I quote, this is from Giorgia Meloni, the Prime Minister of Italy, and she says, quote, Italy has expressed doubts regarding the proposal of France and the United Kingdom on sending European troops. This is into the Ukraine. She goes on to say, I think it's very difficult to implement, and I am not sure about its effectiveness. That's why we announced that we will not send Italian soldiers to the Ukraine. It's not effective. It's not efficient. It doesn't work. So Poland is looking at it saying, you're right. We will defend ourselves. We will build our defenses. They built the wall. They've defended their border. They will protect themselves. Because Europe can't do it. Not without the United States. Keir Starmer admitted last week, Sunday, when we were talking about this last week, we showed you Keir Starmer said, oh yeah, we're going to go into the Ukraine. We're going to protect the Ukraine as long as America will save their butts. They know they're going to lose. They know that the 30,000 troops they want to put into Ukraine, European troops, will all lose. They know they can't fight. They cannot win. They cannot defend themselves. So it has to be the United States. The only way their threat means anything is with the United States. And the United States is saying, fine, but pay the bill. Pay your bills yourself. Stop leeching off of the United States. And I know there are people who watch this program from around the world. The truth is, Europe has been leeching off the United States. This is good for Europe. It's good for America. We spend less money on their issues. They spend money on their own. They get to protect themselves. They get to build up their own natural defenses. And America doesn't have to deal with all of the problems that they have given to us that have nothing to do with America, have nothing to do with our policies, our well-being. This is good for everyone. But there are a lot of people running around screaming Like this is the worst thing that could possibly happen. Oh my God. This is from the Kiev Post. Meloni's game-changing proposal: NATO protection for Ukraine without membership. Why in the world would NATO, the United States, give the Ukraine or any country the same kind of protections that they would give? This is basically saying Ukraine is a member of NATO de facto. That even though it's unofficial, without it being on any paperwork, they're suddenly a member of NATO. Let's remember, why isn't the Ukraine a member of NATO already? Well, one of the main reasons before 2014, one of the main reasons was Ukraine is corrupt. The government of the Ukraine, not the people, not the rank and file, mom and pop. No, the government of the Ukraine is notoriously corrupt. And that was a reason in and of itself for all the members of NATO to say, no, we're not going to let them in. Before 2014, that was one of the main reasons that everyone said, can't have NATO. They're corrupt. What was one of the other reasons why the Ukraine was not allowed to enter into NATO? Because Russia guaranteed that the second that Ukraine became part of NATO, it would be war. Guaranteed it. And they have never backed down from that. Part of the ceasefire now is, if the Ukraine is part of NATO, Russia will continue to fight. That's part of the terms of the ceasefire and potential peace deal. Ukraine cannot be part of NATO. If you want to end the war, if you want to stop people dying, then you must not have Ukraine as part of NATO. That's just a fact. That is just a reality. No matter how you feel about this, it is a fact that if the Ukraine is part of NATO, the war will continue. What Italy has said here is, we won't put any troops in, but we will make them a member of NATO. Wink, wink, nod, nod. And that will guarantee that there will be a continued war. There will be more war. And it seems that France and England want more war. Italy seems to want more war in the Ukraine, that they want to continue to fight for decades to come. And they are guaranteeing, as the EU, they have guaranteed another decade of fighting. I thought we were supposed to be talking about peace. I thought we were talking about a ceasefire, if not peace talks. I thought we were trying to end the war and end the death of the Ukrainian people. I thought that was on the table. Apparently, Europe doesn't believe that. And that's one thing. It's one thing to say, you want to continue to have a war. This is the part that really gets me. Here is Meloni, who is saying she wants to continue the war in Europe. She wants to continue to fight Russia. Fine. That's her country. If her people believe that they should continue to fight, fantastic. But she is also the person who said, but she's not going to send her troops. I don't understand this. How can you say you want to continue to fight Russia, but you don't want your people to actually fight? You want someone else to fight for you. That doesn't win a war. That's not a winning strategy. It makes no sense. And I get Ukraine's like, yeah, I'm all for this. Go for it. Because they don't care. They want money. They want weapons. They want ammunition. They want support. Because if they get part of NATO, they know Russia will never stop trying to take them over. If they are part of NATO, even with a wink and a nod, Russia will not stop. There will not be peace. There will not be a ceasefire. They will continue to lose. And please understand, Ukraine is losing. They have been losing for years. We have gone over this story many, many times over the last 3 years. We've been talking about this a lot. Ukraine is losing. It is a fact. They're losing slowly up until the United States cut off all funding, but they've been losing slowly, but they are steadily losing. It is a war of attrition, and Russia will win. Russia has more attrition, the ability to weather the attrition, far more than the Ukraine. Ukraine can't do it. So I understand Ukraine is saying they want as many allies, they want as many bodies, they want as much money as is possible. I get it. So they'll agree to anything. Anything that gives them money, weapons, anything that gets them to keep their country, they will agree to anything. Kind of part of the problem is they'll agree to anything that lets them keep as much as they have, if not more. That's the problem. The ego of Zelensky identified last week, saying, oh no, the United States will bend to the will. He thought he had more power than he does. He thought, well, I get all of Europe. All of Europe's going to do whatever I want. They're going to continue to fight. They're going to continue to give me money. Somebody in Europe's going to give me more soldiers to fight. But the United States isn't. We're not Europe. We don't have the same risk. It's not worth it to us. It just isn't. I know there are people who are going to say, but Mike, you don't understand. This is vital to the United States. No, it is not. Just like the war in Sudan is not vital to the United States, and no one cares. There are wars in every continent across the globe right now. There are countries who are at war, whether it's a civil war or whether it's with a terrorist group or some rebel group. We're seeing wars everywhere on the planet except North America. Why is it America's fault? People are like, oh, but you have to be involved with this. Why? We're not involved in the others. You don't care what's happening in Myanmar right now. Most Americans can't find Myanmar on a map. It's in Southeast Asia, by the way. Most people don't know and don't even know there's a conflict there. And most Americans don't remember or don't know what's going on with the conflict between the Philippines and China right now. Don't know. Most Americans don't realize that Japan is building the first army since 1945 right now because of the Biden-Harris administration, even though there is a Marine Corps base in Japan right now. Most Americans don't know these things. They don't know about the conflicts, multiple conflicts that are happening in the Middle East right now. Last week we were talking about the PKK. There's fighting right now in Syria again. Syria is falling back into a civil war again. Most Americans don't know, are we supposed to be in that too? Why should we be in any of these conflicts? None of them have to deal with America. Oh, but we have to be involved with the Ukraine. Why? Seriously, why? Russia. Yeah, that is a problem for the United States. We disagree with Putin. We disagree with the socialists. We disagree with communists. Absolutely. But that's not our problem right now. They're not in a position to be the immediate threat. Keep them down. Absolutely. I agree. Get rid of Putin as soon as we can. Absolutely. I agree. But it's not the most pressing threat to America right now. China is. China is the bigger threat. Russia is a threat. Absolutely. China is the bigger threat. We need to address that. We need to address the fact that China is doubling the size of its Navy. And the United States Navy was shrinking. I think the Trump administration will change that, but up until throughout the Biden administration, the United States Navy has been shrinking and China's Navy has been doubling. That's an aggressive action. We've seen their aggression against the Philippines, against Japan, against South Korea, throughout all of Southeast Asia. We have been seeing that aggression. We've been talking to our friends in Australia as they are building, 5 or 10 nuclear submarines right now with the help of the United States because they're afraid of China. Because that's the threat. That's the immediate threat. The more we worry about the Ukraine, the more we get tied down to the Ukraine, the stronger China becomes. The more that threat becomes preeminent and a bigger problem. It's a snowball effect. I know not everyone will like this, but it's true. Let me double check some of the comments here. Hal Stewart says, I like Trump. And Hal says, I like Trump's idea. Get Ukraine to stop defending itself, then see if Russia will stop attacking. Well, I think Hal is being somewhat sarcastic. Hal is a wonderful donor of the program, and he's been a member of the audience many times. I've had him on. Hal rarely agrees with me on many of the ideas. But Trump's idea isn't to get Ukraine to stop defending itself. It's getting Ukraine to a peace deal that was offered and is on the table with Russia. That's what he's trying to do. He's trying to end the fighting. He's not trying to get a victory, which is what Ukraine wants. Ukraine wants victory. That's what Zelensky was talking about. That's what he continues to talk about. He wants victory, except he's the loser. He is losing. And there is no math. There is no serious military outlook that says that Ukraine wins. They can't. They don't have the personnel. They don't have the weapons. They don't have the training. They can't win. That's just the hard, cold truth. The question is how many people die. That's it. That's the only thing we're looking at right now. And when Trump said that in the White House, and since it has been a truism, and many people don't like it, I get that. But it's the truth. It's a question of how many people die. It's about how much land does Ukraine take. And if it takes the United States putting that reality directly in the face of the leadership of the Ukraine to get them to the peace table so that the war ends, I have no problem with that. Is it harsh? Yes. But if that is the answer that gets the war to stop, then I'm fine with it. Because it's not our war. It's not. They're going to lose. It's just a matter of when. And we need to have an exit. There has to be an exit strategy. You may not like that. And I can't say that I fully like that. But that is the reality. Gracie's with us. And Grace says, we should never have told them we would help with their security. Well, that was the Biden administration that did that. That was Joe Biden and the Democrats under the Biden administration that said, oh no, we're all in. Why? Why are we all in? Again, made no sense. And why did this happen? Because Joe Biden is weak. Because as we know now, Joe Biden was a part-time zombie president. We know this now. We know that he was not mentally capable of being president. We now know that. We were lied to for 4 years, told that he was mentally sharp and he was involved in everything, and he wasn't. Not even on day one in 2021. And as a consequence, apparently, of that failure, that lack of capability to run the nation, well, that's part of the reason why we had the Afghanistan rout. And when we had that rout, immediately, directly after that, every other domino fell. That's when the Ukraine went back into that's why when Russia went back into the Ukraine. That's when China said they were going to take over Taiwan by force. That's when China started having aggressive actions against the Philippines, against South Korea, against Japan. That's when North Korea started firing off more missiles and rockets than any time prior in the history of North Korea having nuclear weapons and existing. Yeah, this was all tied back to the Biden administration's lack of leadership and consequences of their actions, in particular and most directly, Afghanistan. So when he screwed that up, he said, oh yeah, we'll defend you for forever, for the next decade, for the next 2 decades. He said he's going to have a forever war. It's Afghanistan all over again. It's Iraq all over again. And America gains nothing from this. They can't pay us back. We gain nothing from this. So why not try and create peace? Putin's not a good man. No, he's not. Russia is not a great country. No, they're not. People, the people of Russia, very good people, individually. Their government, absolutely horrible. Putin, absolutely horrible. But the answer is we're not trying to rebuild the Russian government. We're trying to end a war. Let me see. Let me go into these comments. I know we got a couple more. So Tina is with us. Hello, Tina. Thank you for joining us. Tina says, Trump's idea is to get the USA interests in Ukraine and benefits from Ukraine, and we help rebuild some of the destruction, and Russia will think twice before attacking USA workers and interests. Now, Dow goes on to say, of the foreign threats, China is the greater threat. Greatest threat, though, has moved into the state as progressive-led authoritarianism tries to entrench itself in the fabric of our country. I keep hearing a lot about the Budapest and Minsk deals. That's all about Dems. That's all that the Dems are talking about. Well, remember, those are deals under Obama. We're talking about the Obama deals, which gave away the Crimea, which created this long-term problem in the first place, because Obama was a weak president. And he created this problem with Joe Biden being his VP. And Joe Biden picked up where Obama left off and continued to screw up the relationship between the United States, Ukraine, and Russia. This has been a long-term problem. Grace goes on to say, I keep hearing about the Budapest and Minsk deals as well. Okay. Oh, excuse me, that was Grace in both times. So Tina is correct. And again, let's not forget, Trump is providing a security guarantee, unlike what we're seeing here from Maloney. See, Maloney saying, oh yeah, we're willing to keep a forever war. They just don't want to be the ones to provide the troops. They don't want to pay for it. They don't want to be responsible because they know it's a forever war. And at the end of that, whether it's another 10 years, another 20 years, at the end, Ukraine loses. They know this. They don't want to be the ones responsible for that extra 10 years of dead people, that 20 years of dead Ukrainians. They don't want to be responsible for that. And they don't want to be on the financial hook for that either. They don't want to have to explain to the Italian people why their Italian soldiers are dying in a forever war that is easily understood they're going to lose. Why would they want to do that? So I get it. But the answer to this is very simple. And yes, Tina got it right when she said, same thing when Trump said, this is a mineral deal. It is essential for the peace talks. Why? I said this last week. I'll say it again. The reason why there has to be a mineral deal isn't just because Trump is greedy. It's not. That is the shorthand and dumbest way to read what is happening. That is not understanding any of the consequences or what is at risk. The mineral deal means that the United States is going to send in infrastructure. We're going to rebuild the Ukraine. After 3 years of being bombed to hell, their cities need to be rebuilt, their electricity, their water, their hospitals, their schools, their roads, all need to be rebuilt. And they cannot do it on their own. But the United States would do it because we need to get to mine. We're the miners. We want to be able to get those rare earth metals to get to those rare earth metals requires infrastructure. It means we have to have electricity and water, that we have to have hospitals, that we have to have roads. These are all the things the Ukrainian people need. Whether they want to defend themselves tomorrow or in the future, if they want to exist as a country, they have to have their infrastructure. The United States, without promising to build the Ukrainian infrastructure, has just guaranteed in that mineral deal, we will build that infrastructure because we need it to get to those minerals. Let's see what else is connected to that. Those American citizens are going to improve the economy of the Ukraine because we're building their infrastructure. That also helps the United States. It also means that as we're rebuilding the infrastructure of the Ukraine and we are getting these metals that America needs for our future, we need for us to be able to make weapons. We need it for our electricity and our renewable energy and our electric vehicles and development of computers and cell phones. We need it for all of those reasons. We need the rare earth metals that are there. That's the same reason why we're making the deal with Greenland, because we need those rare earth metals for the future of America so that America will continue to exist, to maintain the same quality of life that we have right now. So, yeah, we're paying, it is getting payback, and it is guaranteeing our future, which most of the mainstream media don't want to talk about. They don't want you to understand that there are consequences, and Trump has understood that and is taking care of it. But also, as Tina mentioned, and one of the final parts of this thing is, if there are Americans on the ground, American civilians, who are doing humanitarian aid, building infrastructure, saving the lives of God knows how many of the future of the Ukraine, guess what? Russia's not going to attack. Because if they attack American citizens, well, if we have a halfway decent, halfway strong president, I mean, another Joe Biden maybe would do nothing. But even an Obama would react to Americans being bombed, Americans, innocent civilian Americans. Even an Obama would respond to that and defend those American citizens. And we would be in a war. Russia doesn't want to fight a war directly with America. They can't win that. They can't win a direct war against America, which would then also bring in NATO. And NATO will fight if America is fighting. They've already said it. They've already made it very clear. Keir Starmer, Macron, Meloni, they've all been very clear. Even in Germany, Merz have made it very clear. If America is fighting, they're happy to fight alongside and behind America. America has to be at the front line. Well, if Russia's attacking American citizens, America is on the front line. And then all of Europe jumps in after us. So this guarantees the Ukraine. So I understand Hal saying, oh, well, it's all about Trump being, Hal is being sarcastic and saying, oh, well, Trump, he's such a great guy. He's going to let Ukraine go. No, he's not. He's not. That is taking the worst option and plastering it. It's not thinking about the consequences. It's not thinking about the details of what is actually involved. But rather than stop the negotiations, the peace talks, and the ceasefire by saying, Russia's evil, you are Hitler, by the way, I think you're Satan itself, and I'm going to put in Americans so you can't possibly continue to fight, that's not going to work well. That's not going to get Russia to stop. That's not even going to get them to the peace table, which is why Russia has completely ignored and shut down all of Europe. Because they're busy telling him that he's Satan. They're busy saying that they're going to fight forever. They're busy having a confrontation with Russia, and they're getting nowhere. It has achieved none of their goals. Why would we want to continue to do what Europe is doing? That has failed. That is an absolute sign of failure, short term and long term. It is a failure. Why would we want to do that? I understand. oh, well, Orange Man bad. And that's essentially what Hal said. Orange Man bad. Well, that's not an answer. That's a political slogan. That's a campaign pitch. That's not policy. That's not politics. That's not reality. Orange Man bad. Who cares? Who cares? In the next election, in 2028, Orange Man bad. Fantastic. Say it all day long. Maybe that gets you a couple of votes. Say it long enough. And next year, when we get to the midterm elections, Orange Man bad. Say it all day long. Maybe that gets you a couple of votes. It is meaningless for actual operation of the country. It is meaningless in trying to get to a peace deal. It's just that simple. All right. And I want to highlight why I have such a problem, because a lot of people may not remember, this was back in 2021, April of 2021, almost 5 years ago. John Kerry was highlighted as potentially being a traitor. We went through this in some detail. Under the Obama administration, we found out that John Kerry was throwing America and Israel, our greatest ally in the Middle East, under a bus so that Obama would look good and get the Iran nuclear deal, which was a horrible deal, which was funding terrorism. Something that John Kerry himself said in 2016 on CNBC, January of 2016. John Kerry went on to CNBC and told the world, yeah, the United States is indirectly funding global terrorism. And there was more global terrorism after the Iran nuclear deal than there was before it. Because again, this is the same illogic of Democrats. These are the forever wars that they are fighting because they're not thinking about the consequences of their actions. They're not thinking about how these things have repercussions. And John Kerry didn't care. He wanted the deal. He wanted Obama to look good, to make history, to try and justify getting the Nobel Peace Prize when Obama was drone striking civilians in Yemen. He wanted Obama to look good. He wanted Democrats to look good so that Democrats would be able to keep power. And it didn't matter what it cost. And we said at the time that John Kerry giving away state secrets of Israel and the United States was tantamount to being a traitor, that he was not acting in the best interests of the United States, and this destabilized the Middle East. And we know that it did because there was more terrorism after the Iran nuclear deal than before it, which hurt American citizens, hurt our allies in Europe and in the Middle East, and it was one of the worst deals we could have possibly made. That's what we said in 2021. And, well, before then as well. We're now seeing the news, and this is yet another reason why YouTube, Google, remember, they don't want to talk about this. They want you to tell, they wanted us to spend this weekend talking to you about how Pete Buttigieg is a great guy. They did not want you to understand that John Kerry, where is it? I got it out of order. Hang on. Oh, here it is. John Kerry, this is from March 4th, 5 days ago. The Obama Justice Department, John Kerry, systematically derailed the FBI probe of Iranian terrorists while pursuing the nuclear deal. Remember, John Kerry didn't care about Israel, didn't care about Europe. He wanted to make history. He wanted Obama to look good. He wanted to maintain Democrats in power. And he was willing to throw any ally of the United States under a bus. He was willing to fund global terrorism by his own words, by his own admission in 2016. It was worth increasing the amount of terrorism in the world just so he could have the Iran nuclear deal. So Obama would look good and Democrats would win votes. That's what Kerry said. And now we know that Kerry didn't stop just at funding global terror. He also protected terrorists around the world. This is coming from the Obama administration systematically derailed FBI probes into Iranian terrorists when then Secretary of State John Kerry personally interfered, personally blocked the arrests of Iranian terrorists so that he could get the Iran nuclear deal done. He guaranteed them money. He funded global terror. He protected terrorists. This is what Democrats do because they don't think of the future. They don't think of the long-term impact. They were more than happy to fund global terror. They were more than happy to protect terrorists so that they would look good and they would win another election. That was their goal. And that's the goals we see right now. The very same Democrats that supported John Kerry, the very same Democrats that supported Obama and Biden, are the very same Democrats that are telling you we need to have a forever war in the Ukraine. Do you understand why I don't agree? Can you see why I have a problem with this? And you can see why YouTube wants me to talk about Pete Buttigieg rather than tell you about what's happening and the consequences of following the Democrats' policies, following their failed foreign policy ideology. They protected terrorists and didn't tell you. Oh, but Obama was all about transparency. He promised he would be one of the most transparent presidents ever. Didn't tell you about John Kerry, his Secretary of State, making deals with Iran to protect terrorists and fund terrorism, global terrorism. And I'm supposed to say, oh yeah, well, those very same Democrats that funded the global terrorism, they wanted to protect terrorists. You know what? Yeah, I'm going to follow their advice about a forever war in the Ukraine. Why are we having this conversation? It makes no sense. It makes no sense. But Google wants you to have, they want you to believe the Democrats are correct. They want you to believe that the EU is correct. They want to have that forever war. And I have to say, why in the hell would they want that? Now, does that mean that you have to love Donald Trump? Nope. Never said that. Do you have to think he's the best person ever? No. Does that mean he's your buddy? Absolutely not. Has nothing to do with whether you like Donald Trump or not. I don't care. Meaningless. It's not a question. It's not important. You don't like him. I don't care. You don't want to ever, you would not like to see him. You wouldn't want to eat with him. You wouldn't have to have a dinner. You don't want to have a beer with him. Who cares? It's not part of the job description. It's not part of being effective or efficient. He doesn't have to be well-liked. He doesn't have to be your buddy. You don't have to think of him as your savior because he's not. He's a president. And the answer is what he is doing, will that lead to peace? Yes. We can draw a roadmap and we can see the steps that lead to peace, that lead to security for what's left of the Ukraine. Yes. Do you like that? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. But you know what I don't want to see? A repeat of what we're seeing with John Kerry. Terrorism. He supported terrorism, which targeted United States citizens. Gee, do you think that in 2021, when I said that John Kerry was a traitor, this was April 27th of 2021, when I pointed out again, because I did this in 2016, I pointed out John Kerry is a traitor. He was helping Iran, not the United States. He was pushing for more global terror in the world. He was giving information, secret information about Israel and the United States and Europe to Iran. He was funding terrorism through Iran. And now we find out that he was also protecting terrorists themselves directly so that he could get the Iran nuclear deal. Why in the hell would I want to support anything like that? This is what Democrats do so that Obama will look good. They were more worried about Obama looking good than the consequences of what they were doing. They wanted to be able to raise more money for the next election than they were worried about the consequences to the American people, to Europe, to Israel, to the globe. They didn't care. And this is why my channel gets suppressed. This is why my channel gets suppressed. Because I'm willing to tell you the truth. And some people won't like it. I understand. Hal's like, but I don't like Trump. I don't care. But Trump is not a nice guy. I don't care. But Mike, don't you understand? Trump, he could be racist. There's no evidence of that. But he could be anti-Semitic. There's no evidence of that. He's not a nice guy. I don't care. I don't care if he's a nice guy or not. That's not a prerequisite of being president. That's not part of being a good president. No one cares. Does he have a plan for the future? Yes, he does. Does that plan bring more peace to the world? Yes, it does. Do you care if he's Orange Man bad? Why? Because someone said, because the mainstream news media that doesn't want you to talk about what's happening in the Ukraine, that the mainstream news media that was all for John Kerry giving away your money to increase the amount of terrorism, that was actively giving away secrets to increase the amount of terrorism in the world, that was supporting terrorists themselves so that he could get a good publicity spin. And you're supposed to be supported. We're supposed to support John Kerry and Obama and Biden. But Trump, he's Orange Man bad. He didn't do any of those things. Orange Man bad. Are we serious? Is that really where the nation has come to? Is that truly the divide? I don't like Trump, so it doesn't matter. Kerry is giving away all the secrets. He's an absolute traitor to the United States. He's increasing terrorism. But you know what? Trump, I don't like Trump. But the news media said I shouldn't like Trump. Who cares? Who cares? I don't know. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's me. Dal is with us. Dal says, specifically, he's on Rumble, by the way. Dal's on Rumble talking to us. You can reach us on Rumble, as well as YouTube, as well as Facebook. I believe we're on DLive and a couple of others. Dal says, specifically, after we have suspended military support to Ukraine until they are ready to settle to get to the negotiation table, many Ukraine supporters see Russia taking advantage of the pause. That is happening. That's true. And it is regrettable, but if that's what it takes to get the Ukraine on board, it's what it takes. We tried to do it the nice way. We tried to make it clear that the United States doesn't want to be more involved. And we can peacefully end this conflict. We can prevent the future of this conflict peacefully. We don't need to increase troops. We don't have to militarize Europe. We just need to go in and build an infrastructure and mine. That's all we need to do. No weapons, no troops, no sanctions. We don't have to do anything more than just do business. Just go in and build the infrastructure for the Ukraine that desperately needs it so that we can get the metals we desperately need for the future. And somehow that's a bad thing. I don't get it. Dow goes on to say, outcomes, not people. The end certainly doesn't justify the means, but any move towards fostering self-sufficiency, regional stability, and returning America to liberty first principles, I think he's going on to say more, but I would say the ends do justify the means. This is worth it. But again, you could think I'm wrong, and you could say that, well, you know what? John Kerry, what a great guy. John Kerry supports terrorism. Obama supported terrorism. Yeah, we need more of that in America, supporting terrorism. What a great idea. I don't understand it. I don't understand Democrats. I don't understand progressives. All right, let's continue with what's happening in the mainstream news. That, again, Google does not want you to talk about this. YouTube did not want me to talk about these things with you. They didn't want me to talk about gun control and protecting yourself. They didn't want me to talk about what's happening in the Ukraine and how we can get to a peace, a long-term peace. Did not want to talk about that. They want me to talk about Pete Buttigieg being a great guy. Trump is, TDS, or Orange Man bad. They didn't want me to mention all the Americans are dead, except one. Hamas killed all the Americans. Initially, on October 7th, Hamas killed 34 Americans. 34 on that day. And then they took 22 Americans as hostage. If you've watched this program over the last year and a half, since October 7th, October 8th of 2023, you've heard us talk about this. We have been tracking the number of Americans that were taken hostage. We have talked and tracked what have happened to those hostages, including the Americans. Over nearly 500 days, we have been talking about this week after week. We have never forgotten about these American citizens, even though the mainstream news media stopped talking about them, stopped quoting them, stopped telling you how many of them exist, whether they are alive or dead. The mainstream American news media did not want you to know these numbers. We have. And we told you that up until the start of the Hamas-Israel ceasefire and the exchange of prisoners that just happened this year under the Trump administration, because Trump put pressure on Hamas to get them to the table, to exchange the prisoners, the living human beings that were left over. 256 hostages were taken on October 7th, 2023. 22 of them were American citizens on that day. That put America in the middle of the Hamas conflict. I don't want to be in the Ukraine conflict. They didn't take American citizens as hostage. They didn't kill Americans in the Ukraine. I'm not involved in that. Hamas killed Americans, American civilians, women and children. They then tortured them. They also captured them as hostages. They have sexually abused them. They have tortured them, and they have killed them. As we have gone over many times over the last year and a half on this channel, we have identified that there are at least 15 Americans. We have no idea what happened to them. 15 Americans were taken by Hamas, and we have no record. We don't know if they're alive. We didn't know if they were dead. We didn't know anything. All we knew is that Hamas took them. Now we know the answer. One American was released 3 weeks ago. One American. There's one more American left. This is out of 22. Last year, 2023, November 2023, 3 Americans were released. A little girl and 2 old women. One American was released 3 weeks ago. There's one American left. That's 5 out of 22. Every other American was killed by Hamas. Not by Israel. Not by Israel's bombing or rescue attempts. No. We know there was another American last year, 2024, in September. We knew there was an American that was still alive, that he was minutes, literally minutes away from being saved. And Hamas shot him in the head just to spite the rescuers. Just to spite America and Israel, they shot him in the head as he was about to be rescued. That's Hamas. These are the people that Harvard and Columbia, UCLA, that's who they're protecting right now. They killed an American 22-year-old, shot him square in the head minutes because he was about to be rescued. He was going to be returned to his family and his loved ones. And to spite America and Israel, they shot him in the forehead, dead, rather than let him be taken home. Well, that was only part of what they did to everyone else. Because as we see now, being reported by Reuters today, there is one American left. The United States is currently in negotiations with Hamas to get that one final American back home. There are no other living Americans. Under the Biden-Harris administration, all 19 Americans were killed. 19 Americans were killed by Hamas. Gee, you won't hear that over at Cooper Union. You won't hear that at Baynard College. They're not running around going, hey, we killed all the Americans. Took them hostage and killed them one by one, tortured, sexually abused, and then murdered all of the Americans held hostage, on top of the 34 Americans that were innocent civilians that they walked in and killed just because they happened to be there. This is what the progressives want you to support. This is what Google doesn't want you talking about. This is why Google was telling me, no, you need to talk about Pete Buttigieg. Don't talk about this. This isn't important for the American people to know about. This isn't a topic that the American people should be discussing. This isn't an issue that is present in the minds of American citizens right now. And, of course, people around the rest of the globe. No one should be talking about Hamas killing all the hostages. According to Reuters, the United States and our negotiator, that's Adam Bowler, he's a U.S. hostage negotiator. They have been spending days now trying to get Hamas to give back the last and only American that's alive. One. Just one. There were at least 15 that were unaccounted for. We have gone over those numbers with you many, many times. As an example of that, well, before I get to that, and again, this is also confirming what we're seeing over in the Times of Israel. U.S.-Hamas talks focus on last living American hostage. This is it. Everyone else is dead. Hamas killed them all. All those pro-Hamas protesters over at our colleges, in the Democratic Socialists of America, they never want to talk about this. They never bring this up. They do not want to discuss it. YouTube will demonetize this channel. They will suppress this channel. They will silence our speech because we're willing to point out this is what Hamas does. This is what happens when you support terrorism. This is what John Kerry did to America. This is directly because of John Kerry and Obama and the Iran nuclear deal and promoting global terrorism. This is because of the weakness of Biden and Afghanistan. This got Americans killed. Almost all of them. Let me show you something. Remember on February 15th, we were told 5 Americans. By the way, this is coming from the AJC and in their best efforts to try and make us aware. On February 15th, they believed there were 5 Americans that were alive. 5. By the way, Eden Alexander, he's the only one that's actually still alive. Eden Alexander, still alive. And we know Hamas freed 3 the other American that was alive. This is Sangi Dekel Chen. Okay? In these names, you have Itay Chen, different guy. He's dead. Gadi Hagi, or Hagai, he's dead. Judy Whitestein, dead. Omer Nutra, dead. I'm sure I'm getting some of these names, the pronunciations wrong. But on February 15th, we thought these were the ones that were still alive. They're all dead. Except for Edan Alexander, who is currently the last living American. This is it. And we're trying to get him home. Biden didn't tell you this. Kamala Harris wouldn't tell you this because they failed. They're working hard. They're going to get all. Remember Kamala Harris in the summer of 2024 said that it was the number one priority of her and Joe Biden to get the American hostages back. There were at least 2 Americans live at that time. When she was in Chicago at the DNC, there were at least 2 Americans still alive. The one that in September was killed by Hamas and Eden. There were at least 2. Nope, 3, because we had one other hostage. I'm sorry, I almost forgot. There were 3. Dekel Chen. That's it. Now there's 1. We got 1 free. 1 got killed, and now there's 1 left to get back home. And when you think about it, this is Ite Chen. We found out January 15th, 2025, he's dead. Gadi Ogai, we found out December 23rd, 2023, he's dead. We found out Judy Weinstein, dead. We found out that Omer Nutra, dead, December 3rd, 2024. That's Hamas. That's what our kids in colleges are supporting. Hamas is small. They have to be the good guy. Israel's big. Really? Are we serious? Hamas brought us into this war. We weren't in this war before. And if it weren't for the Americans, I would not be talking about it. Hey, it's an Israeli thing. That's happening in the Middle East. We're not involved. I don't want to be involved. But they made us involved because they killed our people. Then they captured our people. They tortured our people. They sexually abused our people. And then they killed our people. How can you go to any college in America and go, I have to support? Over at Baynard College this week, we're seeing those kids running around in cafes and they're saying, oh, no, Hamas is so wonderful. Hamas is so great. Hamas just killed a mom and 3 kids. Hamas killed every American except for 2. Killed them all. There's only 1 left. And I don't see those protesters over at Baynard College, over at Columbia, over at Harvard, over at Yale, over at UCLA, at Cornell University, at Binghamton University, at the colleges across this country. They're not talking about Hamas killed the Americans. They didn't have to. Those are bargaining chips of theirs. They could have got money for them. They could have got humanitarian aid. They could have got support. Think about it. Trump was talking about rebuilding Gaza for the Palestinians. They killed our people. Why should we build them anything? Why should we support the Palestinian people who elected Hamas a terrorist organization? Why should we support them? Why should we help them? They killed our people in cold blood as hostages after they sexually abused and tortured them. I get very passionate about this, folks. I really do. So Dow says, utilizing authoritarian practices outside the purview of lawful constitutional practices to try to restore the republic would seem to him to be self-defeating of purpose. Authoritarianism is bad. Yes. Tina says, they didn't fail. They didn't care. Obama didn't care. John Kerry didn't care. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris didn't care. I can't find fault with what you're saying, Tina. I agree with you. But this is why Google and YouTube wanted to force me. They have been trying to force this channel to not talk about this. They do not want. What are they recommending that we have to talk? What is the inspiration they want us to have? Trump is bad. Orange man bad. Don't talk about Israel. Don't talk about the Ukraine. Don't talk about the future of America. Support Democrats. That's their answer. That's all they want us to talk about. We took the pictures live. And I know other political YouTubers and other political commentators, they got the same message, same exact articles. Don't talk about the issues that actually affect America. Don't talk about the future of America. Don't point out who was accountable, who caused the problems we're having right now. Don't talk about that. Just talk about Pete Buttigieg. Talk about Orange Man bad. That's it. They're manipulating you, folks. They really are. It's evil. It's evil. But that's why it's so important that you guys like, share, and God bless you, please subscribe to help us get to 5,000 subscribers. I'm not trying to be the most popular political commentator in America. I could be, but I'm not even trying to be. That's not my goal. Not trying to have 500,000 people watching us every week. I would like that. I'd love it. I'm not trying to get there. We're trying to get to 5,000. To break the algorithm, to break the suppression that is coming from Google, because they don't want you to have the truth. They don't want you to discuss the truth. Look, Hal may disagree with everything. He may disagree with every conclusion I have come to. We have the right to have the conversation. I respect Hal came to me and he made, and you saw it live, he made his comment, he made his position, he made his argument. I respect that. I disagree. I think he's wrong, but he has the right to have this conversation, to try and get to the best outcome we can in America, and that helps the rest of the world. That's what we should be doing. That's what YouTube and Google should be allowing. They're not. No, they want to control you. They want to micromanage you. They will make a decision for you, and you're not supposed to think about it. It's like having the Department of Education. You're not supposed to think. And we are going to talk about defunding the Department of Education. Last week, we were talking about how the Department of Education failed in Connecticut and failed the students there. They have children who have graduated and went on to college, and they're illiterate. Last week, we were talking about, in the same live stream, we were talking about how teachers, I know teachers that are teaching 7th grade students, and those kids can't read past 4th grade. 3 years, 3 levels below where they are. They cannot read, they cannot write, and they're getting promoted. They went on to 8th grade. Those kids are getting promotions. There's nothing to stop those promotions. I've heard from people like Larry Sharp, my friend, who has kids in the schooling system. Kids are getting promoted no matter what. You can't read, you can't write, you can't do math. Promote them anyway. This is the Democrats who are saying, and this system, Democrats are saying, no, don't worry. It's perfectly fine. Keep on doing it. Don't change. Just obey. Keep the Department of Education. It's completely failed. It has completely failed. Before the Department of Education, as an example, I'm on a slight tangent here, but before the Department of Education, we went to the moon. We created computers. We built the internet. All of it without a Department of Education. All of it without a Department of Education. With the Department of Education, we have kids who don't know what gender they are and which bathroom they should go to. With a Department of Education, we have kids who can't read. They are illiterate and in college. The average student takes 6 years to graduate with a bachelor's degree. That's the current status of education in America. We have dropped from being in the top 15 to the middle 40 of top educated students in the world. They have failed on every single aspect you could ask for. Because Democrats don't care about the future. They don't care about independent rights. Same thing with gun control, as we were talking about earlier, starting off this program. What? Oh, you don't have any rights. You have the rights they like at the moment. You only are allowed to do whatever agrees with their political ideology, whatever it is that keeps them in power. And we've seen it over and over again, whether it's gun control, whether it's dealing with terrorists like Hamas, whether it's dealing with wars like the Ukraine, and whether it's like dealing with the Department of Education. They don't care. I'm sorry to tell this to some people out there who are sitting there and they're shocked and they're angry right now. And they're mad at me for pointing out the truth, for showing you international evidence of the things that we are talking about, showing you in detail of news report after news report, government report after government report, pointing out how the government has failed you, how Democrats have failed you, how the education system under the Department of Education have failed you, how they have taught you to be a programmed zombie, to basically that the government is going to micromanage your life, and they will say that they will do it better than you can, and they don't. This is why my channel has so much difficulty growing, because I'm honest. And it isn't funny like, what's his name? Jon Stewart. Not funny like him. I don't make people laugh about it. It's not a joke. It's serious. And that's the sad thing. And that is the sad thing. You know what? I want to take a moment to laugh. Let's have a moment. Before I go any further, let me show you something. This is what Democrats care about right now. This is what Democrats are pushing right now. You may have seen this already. This is you choose your fighter. That's what this is. Choose your fighter. Some people may have seen, I actually did video. I had a live reaction to this. And it was interesting. It's 15 minutes long. My initial reaction. I had never seen this before. One of the subscribers, one of the Patreon members said, Mike, you've got to watch this. Mike, you've got to see this. You have to. And do a live stream. Record this. When you watch it, record it. I said, I'm working on a project for one of my clients. I'm trying to get ready for the Sunday live stream. I said, nope, doesn't matter. Take a break, stop, watch this, record it. So I did. I said, okay. Patreon supporter, member of the audience, I'm going to stop. I'm going to see what they have to say. And since we're going to be taking a break in a moment to walk my dog, I want to lighten up the mood for a moment, because we've been talking about some very serious issues for the last 2 hours. Let's lighten it up just a little bit. So, this is the first minute and a half of my reaction to the Democrats' Choose Your Fighter campaign. This is the ad that's supposed to make you want to vote Democrat. This is supposed to get you to join the Democratic Party. This is supposed to get you to give them money and keep them in power. This is what they had to do. And this is my reaction the first minute and 29 seconds. So one of my Patreon supporters said, Mike, you have to watch this. Stop the work that you're doing right now. You have to take a moment and check out this new thing from Congress. All right, so one of my Patreon supporters said, Mike, you have to watch this. Stop the work that you're doing right now. You have to take a moment and check out this new thing from Congress. These are Democrats who are trying to reach out to the video gamer voting audience. This is their pitch to gamers out there. Okay, I'll check it out. And this is from the Washington Examiner. They describe it as a Democrat congresswoman put on their best war faces in video game fighter spoof. Okay. Sue Lee, Jessica Wu, she's got Bento Box Queen. Okay, I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Mommy of the Century. Okay. And she's sleep deprived. Okay, let's check it out. What? AOC. Wait a minute. Choose your. Okay. Hang on. I gotta do this again. Okay. I don't know what's going on with this. Okay, this is the first time I'm seeing this. This is funny. All right. Yeah, it was very funny. It was very funny. That had me cracking up. Okay, and by the way, I did a full video of it. 15 minutes. 15 minutes of me going through that. I tell you, it was worth it to just laugh, to just have a great belly rolling laugh watching these Democrats that are completely disconnected. They have no clue. They've never played a video game in their life. They have no idea how bad they look. They did this and they thought that they were Slay Queen, that they were looking hyper. They thought this was great. Remember, this had to go through each and every one of these congresswomen. Their staff had to watch. They were watching this. They approved of it while it was being recorded. They approved of it after it was edited together. They approved of it then. And then the DNC, the Democratic National Committee, had to watch this. They had to approve it as well. So this went through many, many, many layers of government of the Democratic Party that all said, yeah, this is what gamers want. Girls will love this. Voters will be absolutely in love with this. They're going to give us money for this. They're going to give us support for this. This is what they thought. That was the best that they can offer. That is the best that they can offer right now because they have no idea what they're doing. Because they want to support terrorism in Hamas. They want to have an endless war in the Ukraine. They want you to feel Orange Man bad. And they have no way to explain why that matters. How that in any way has anything to do with the politics we're living through every day. They want you to look at that video and they want you to think Democrats are so cool without realizing they're making our kids dumb in schools. Our kids can't read. Grammarly exists because of the Democrat oppressive institutionalization of our education system. I thought it was the funniest thing I ever seen. Dow says, to be fair, on the issue of degree length in college, the common practice now is to ensure student loans get funneled to the colleges for the longest period possible. They now require many prerequisites and general education required classes that, in my opinion, should have been subject matter covered in high school. First of all, you're right. Yes, it should have been all in high school. Kids are going to 6 years in college. It's not just because, the college wants more checks, money from the government. No, that's not it. It's not because of the debt. It's because kids they don't know how to read. We had kids who are in 7th grade. They have a 4th grade reading comprehension. they don't catch up later on. They only fall further back. We know that there are illiterate high school graduates in Connecticut who are going to college, and they are illiterate because of this system. We know that's a fact. And then they spend the first 2 years in college learning what they were supposed to understand in junior high school or maybe high school because they're so far behind. So the first 2 years of college are them spending the 13th and 14th year of high school learning what they didn't learn the first time. And then they get to go to college after they catch up. And then they start to pay for whatever they want to get their bachelor's degree, their master's degree. Then they get into that. It's just sad. It's sad. It's unnecessary. It is a failure. But it is because of that failure, it is because of that abject idiocy that we get things like the Democrats' Choose Your Fighter video, which I swear is one of the funniest. Who approved this? How many people had to look at this? AOC's communications director, if they still have a job, whoever it was then, approved this and said, yeah, you're going to look great. It's the middle of the night. Wake up, wake up, wake up. We got to get this video. Yeah, I know you're in your bedroom with the zebra print. Doesn't matter. Oh, you've got one light. It's bad lighting. Doesn't matter. You're going to look brilliant. Get up. Take about 5 seconds of video. Just bounce around. Just bounce around. This is what the communications director said. I was asked about this, and I'm going to take a break in a second, but I was asked about this, and now that I've seen it, now that you have seen this, matter of fact, I'm going to play it again. So one of my Patreon supporters said, Mike, you have to watch this. Stop the work that you're doing right now. You have to take a moment and check out this new thing from Congress. These are Democrats who are trying to reach out to the video gamer voting audience. This is their pitch to gamers out there. Okay, I'll check it out. And this is from the Washington Examiner. They describe it as a Democrat congresswoman put on their best war faces in video game fighter spoof. Not a spoof. Okay. This was not built as a spoof. They were serious. This wasn't a joke. We are taking it as a spoof. It is a spoof on the Democrats. They didn't make a spoof. They made a political ad. They thought this was a great idea. And, well, let me keep going. Sue Lee, Jessica Wu, she's got Bento Box Queen. Okay, I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Mommy of the Century. Okay. And she's sleep deprived. Okay, let's check it out. I swear to God, this was made by Sweet Baby Inc. And for the video gamers out there who are watching this, you've probably heard of Sweet Baby Inc. You know what Sweet Baby Inc. is, what they do to video games, how they destroy video games, how they destroy culture. And this looks like it was made by Sweet Baby Inc. I swear to God, this is probably Sweet Baby Inc. has got their fingerprints all over this. Look at this. Look at this. This is a member of Congress. Oh yeah, AOC. You woke up, you're wearing your pajamas, you're in your bedroom with your tiger stripes there. You got one light in the room. No problem. Bounce around. What? Oh yeah. AOC. Wait a minute. Literally, I was dumbfounded the first time I watched this. Look at her. I was dumbfounded by this. Wait. Really? Look at her. She looks like she's crippled. It's just sad. Jasmine Crockett, the current it girl for the Democrats, just because she's all ghetto. Look at her with her ghetto stance here. Look at this. Oh, yeah. And not only did I laugh here, I kept laughing for 15 minutes. I recorded 15 minutes of me laughing my ass off at these people, laughing my ass off at this. Every aspect of what they did with this is wrong. I advise people to check it out. Okay. With that said, we've been on for about 2 hours and 19 minutes. We're going to take a little break. I'm going to walk my dog because he's 14. By the way, people didn't know. In February, my puppy, which you guys sometimes see back and forth, you see him pop up sometimes, he's 14 years old now. He had a birthday, February. And so he's now 14 years old. Good little puppy. So I'm going to go and walk him and get a chance to smoke a cigarette. Maybe get a glass of water, some more coffee. And you guys get to have a chance, stretch your legs, get something to eat, relax. We're going to play something about John Kerry, the American, the damage John Kerry, Obama, Biden did to the American people and to the globe. And so we're going to play that for you while we're on the break. And then we'll come back in about 45 minutes. So let's call it 5:30. No, 5:45. 5:45, we will be back. And then we'll talk about some of the domestic issues, not just about the Department of Education and whether or not it is getting defunded like we called for last week. So that got an update on that. We'll talk about the economy, what's going on with the unemployment rate, and should you be concerned? Is America in a recession? We're going to talk a little bit about that, whether we're in a recession or not. We're going to talk about Josh Riley, a member of Congress. We'll talk about the economic blackout. Remember that happened at the end of February? Well, what was the result? What happened? Did it have an impact? We'll talk a little bit about that because we finally got the numbers on that. We'll talk a little bit about the student visas and illegal aliens in America. There's actually a change that's happening. There's something that's happening in our schools that's going to be important. We'll talk a little bit about that. We'll talk about Al Green and the state of the Al Green, Representative Al Green, not the singer, but the guy in Congress from Texas. We'll talk a little bit about him. Was it racist that he was kicked out of Congress, that he was kicked out of the State of the Union, the Congressional Address? Was that about racism? Or could it be anything else? Was it anything else, or was it just racist because he's black? Well, we're going to talk a little bit about all of that. And we'll talk about the South Carolina death penalty. Guy got shot in a firing squad. We'll talk a little bit about all of that when we get back. Please, in the meantime, while we're gone, while you're listening to why John Kerry is a traitor, please like, share, subscribe. It's the only way we break through the algorithm. It's the only way you get to have the conversations about things that actually matter to you rather than what Google wants you to do. So with that said, we'll be right back. Hello, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I'm your host, Michael Voss, Dragon of the Southern Tier. I'm happy to be here with you today. It is February 21st. It is approximately 5:30 in the evening, and I wanted to talk to you about what we have been seeing trending in the news media, in Twitter all day, World War III. We want to talk to you about what has now happened with Russia, nuclear weapons. How did we get to this point that nuclear weapons are on the table and Putin has rejected all treaties to suspend nuclear actions? It's a dangerous place that we are now finding ourselves in the world, and it needs to be understood in some fullness that we are not getting on the nightly news in a minute and a half, in 30-second sound bites from various pundits. And that's the purpose of this channel. We go back in time. We look at the fullness of what brought us to the situations we face now so we can better understand What will be the outcome in the future? What are the consequences? We hope you will follow us with this, where we are, how we got to where we are today, and where we might be in the future. We hope you will enjoy this. Now, if it is the first time that you are seeing our channel, we want to welcome you and thank you for being part of our audience. As we said, we do long-form political commentary. And every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we do a live stream with you. We reach out on all the social media that the internet will allow to reach you, to hear your tweets, your chats, and your phone calls from anywhere in the world to tell us what you think about the issues that are affecting us all. We hope that you will join us every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time because we believe in free speech. You have a right to talk about the issues that affect you, even if your government doesn't agree, even if the internet overlords don't agree. So, looking at the situation, the news that has come out today, Putin has now escalated the situation in Ukraine, bringing nuclear weapons pretty much to the table. We are on the edge of what many believe will be World War III, or as we have said on this channel for many years, 3 regional wars. The conflict is escalating. Europe will likely be drawn in. What's going to happen next? Well, to really understand what's going to happen next, we have to understand, how did we get here? What were the elements that brought us here? Is there something that is telling Putin, China, North Korea, and Iran that they should be escalating, that they should have no fear of the United States? Is there anything that is giving them an impetus to take the actions they are taking? Well, let's find out. Let's go back in time. Let's start off all the way back to the 2020 election, where Joe Biden and President Donald Trump, were engaged in debates. Now, there were only 2 debates, and the second debate was supposed to have a substantive discussion, a substantive debate about foreign policy. Now, this is a very important issue because Joe Biden touted himself and was touted by Democrats as being a strong international leader because of his decades of work in Congress, because of his time as vice president. He was touting to the American people. He knew the world leaders. He knew Chairman Xi of the Communist Party of China, that he knew Vladimir Putin because of his time as vice president. And because of these relationships that he had, he was able to better negotiate and better discuss international politics with these leaders because they already respected him. That's what he told us in 2019 and 2020 on the campaign trail. Now, in the actual only debate addressing foreign policy, and one of the few times in the election that foreign policy was addressed, well, according to CNN Politics, on Friday, October 23rd of 2020, it was a meaningless debate. In fact, their analyst James Griffins said, "We had a good relationship with Hitler before he invaded the rest of Europe." That was how Democratic candidate Joe Biden summed up Donald Trump's approach to foreign policy. This was it. He goes on to say it was a line that might well play well among Biden's base, but with its vague allusions to appeasement in the run-up to World War II, it was indicative of a debate that had little genuine substance when it came to the current foreign policy challenges, with both leaders choosing to use other countries as attack lines more than anything else. That made it very clear. In 2019-2020, there was no substantive discussion of foreign policy. We merely had the fact that Joe Biden said he had prior experience and that he was respected. Those were his words, that he was respected around the world. And President Trump had an America First policy. He wanted to focus on American issues primarily before he dealt with anything else, and that he wanted to show American strength as a deterrent. In some areas that had success, in some areas that did not. But that was the proposition made to America in 2020. Joe Biden took the White House. And that brings us, going forward in time, to his first day in office. What did Joe Biden do? Well, the very first thing he did was he went to Syria. Joe Biden doubled the number of American troops in Syria on his first day in office. It was an immediate reaction. And by the way, we're going to be going through a lot of the coverage we have made on the various subjects over the last 2 years. And in each one, you can go to the descriptions of that video and you will see 6, 10, 20 sources that we use to come to the conclusions that we present to you, the evidence that we see around the world at that time. We do advise you, if you want to look more deeply, you can look at all the sources that we have provided. But to sum it up, the first thing that Joe Biden did was go to Syria. And he doubled the amount of troops, American troops, fighting in the Syrian civil war. Now, we're talking about Russia. We're talking about how did we get there today. The two elements that we need to be aware of. In 2019 and 2020, Joe Biden said he had a good relationship with Russia in terms of that he could speak with Putin and that Putin respected him. That's critical. And in his first day in office, he increased the number of American troops fighting in a war that Russia opposed. To be clear, Russia entered the Syrian civil war in 2015 under the Obama-Biden administration. And Russia took the side of Syria, whereas the United States took the opposing side, both supporting Kurds but also rebel forces fighting against the Assad Syrian government. So we were in direct opposition, politically against each other, and fighting essentially a proxy war in Syria. So the first action that Joe Biden did was increase the tension in the Middle East and increase the tensions with Russia. A direct statement to Vladimir Putin that he was in opposition of Russia and Vladimir Putin. That was followed up March 18th of 2021. Joe Biden was playing Russian roulette. It was at that time that Joe Biden was calling Vladimir Putin a killer, that he was a bad guy, a rogue, that Joe Biden had more strength, internal, intestinal strength, and governmental strength and allies around the world more than Putin did, and that Putin should back down. Something that Putin called his bluff on. Putin had absolutely no fear of Joe Biden at that time. Probably no time since. And he called out Joe Biden, saying that they should go and speak at the G7 meeting, that they should speak with each other in person. And when Joe Biden did, Joe Biden backed down. Vladimir Putin called Joe Biden's bluff. This is early in the Biden administration, and it clearly set a line in the sand. Joe Biden would say many things to the American people to look strong, but when confronted with the people he is actually speaking about, he took a softer, more subservient tone. That's not a leadership of strength. That's not something that you can just bluff your way through. At the same time, we do need to remember that Joe Biden was looking to put a climate czar in place. The number one name, and eventually the individual who would be picked, was John Kerry. Now, this is important because John Kerry was the Secretary of State under the Obama-Biden administration. Now, it's important because he had international relationships, but he was not seen as a strong leader. One of his crowning achievements was to provide hundreds of billions of dollars to Iran, and that was used to conduct global terror. That is something that John Kerry himself said in January of 2016 on CNBC News, that the money given to Iran for the Iran nuclear deal increased the net global terror in the world. So John Kerry was not seen as a strong figure, but he is important because, as we saw very shortly afterwards, John Kerry
in April of 2027, he was an individual, he was pointed out as possibly being a traitor, that he was someone who actually betrayed the trust of the United States and Israel to benefit Iran, to help promote the Iran nuclear deal that President Trump had removed. This is critical on an international stage, that Joe Biden was leaning on old individuals, older administrations, and he's leaning on these individuals who have a history of increasing global terror, of not understanding the consequences of their actions, that have actually taken steps that hurt the allies of the United States and the United States' position in international politics. And this is one of the leading figures at the time, in April of 2021, that was going to be put in a significant position of climate change, one of the most critical goals of the Biden administration of progressive ideology, that was more important than every other subject on the face of the planet. At least that's the message they told us. So as you can see developing, there is a message, a through line going here, that Joe Biden, when confronted, will not stand his ground, that he is relying on individuals who have no concept of the consequences they have created, especially when those consequences have negative impacts to the American people. This is the image that is being created by the United States. And this is the message that is being sent to Russia and the rest of the world. Vladimir Putin, further, when he first started in April, as John Kerry was being revealed as a potential traitor, and we believe he was a traitor, as that was happening, it was in April of 2021 that Vladimir Putin decided to start moving his troops towards the Ukraine, starting to build up and mass his forces for a possible invasion. That was in April. Now it's critical, and I know this article from the Center for Strategic and International Studies was talking about the buildup in September of 2021, but it was in April when we saw that buildup first start. And what was the reaction by the Biden-Harris administration? Nothing. They really had very little to say about it. They, of course, denounced it and said Putin should not move forward, but in that environment where we had already seen Joe Biden had already backed down to Vladimir Putin, that Joe Biden was not standing by policies and he was increasing the conflict between the United States and Russia, Russia really wasn't getting anything to force him to stop. And when he made that buildup, there was no real action by the United States or NATO to force them to stop moving forward, to stop with the invasion. That's the environment we found ourselves in the spring of 2021. That was further complicated by the Biden administration in May of 2021, as we reported, where the conflicts between Iran and the United States were all in favor of Iran. That Joe Biden, in his desperation to get the Iran nuclear deal, was essentially politically falling over himself to make that deal happen. This is important because, again, this is another signal to Russia and the world, to China as well, that the Biden administration was looking for a victory. They were looking for a win. They weren't as concerned about the consequences to the world as they were the politics they were looking to attain, to have a victory and to show that Trump was bad and Biden was good. And this element pervaded throughout. In June of 2021, we again heard that the Middle East was lost. Not only was it Iran, but also Afghanistan. That we were already seeing the elements of Afghanistan being lost to the Taliban as Joe Biden was trying to put together a hectic and badly thought out exit from Afghanistan. And the world was watching this step by step. It was not looking good in any way. In fact, the news media was covering up for this. As we covered, and this was in June 28th, tensions were rising around the world, and everyone knew that Afghanistan, the Taliban, were making inroads throughout Afghanistan, taking over more and more territory because of the weakness of the leadership of Joe Biden, that there were no concrete plans in place. Now, many people said, well, it's going to work itself out. This is because of President Trump. They blamed it on many, many things. But the world leaders in China, in Iran, in Russia, in North Korea, what they saw was someone who did not have a plan, did not understand the consequences of their actions, and someone who is not prepared to take military steps, strong steps, to establish their position both in that moment and in the future. Understanding that Joe Biden had increased the U.S. presence in the Syrian war, increasing tensions with Russia, increasing tensions with Iran, that he was busy trying to find a way to recreate the Iran nuclear deal because of the political element, the approval he would have within his supporters, regardless of the consequences that we already know had already been admitted since 2016 to increase global terror. So Joe Biden was willing to look good politically to his supporters while throwing his allies internationally under a bus under increased global terror. That would weaken our allies, strengthen our enemies. And our enemies noticed that, in particular in Russia. But perhaps the killing blow was on August 15th of 2021, when the Taliban took over Afghanistan with American troops already present. That the Biden-Harris administration had so badly understood the nature of the situation, they had so badly planned for consequences, they were so busy trying to run away and play politics in the United States that they lost an entire country while their troops, our troops, American troops, were on the ground. This was a bad situation. And it led to CNN stating that not to worry, the Taliban was mostly friendly, that the message coming from the White House was that this was actually under control, this was okay, this situation was handled, that there was no reason to panic, they had leadership and they had an understanding, and this would be negotiated. That message was being told to us in August 17th, 2 days after the surprise attack and loss of the entire country. Was it true? No. Because by the time August 25th rolled around, the United States was in full-fledged retreat. They were running away because the Biden-Harris administration was forcing U.S. troops to leave as quickly as possible, giving up entire bases, giving up weapons, giving up ammunition and money, just leaving it on the ground, leaving in the middle of the night, abandoning our allies that had been supporting us for 2 decades and leaving them to the mercy of ISIS, Al-Qaeda, and the Taliban, as Joe Biden was trying to run away. And in that process, not only was he running away from the Taliban, a minor faction, maybe 1,000, 2,000, a couple thousand of terrorists, barely armed. He was running away from them and leaving not just weapons, not just bases and technology and money, he was leaving American citizens behind. Even in August 25th, it was clearly understood that America was not able to evacuate all American citizens and would not be able to do so by the deadline that had been placed by the Taliban on Joe Biden. This is critical. This is critical not because of anything other than this was an endemic of the fact that Joe Biden was weak. He could not understand the consequences of his actions, and in the eyes of the world leaders of China, Iran, and Russia and North Korea, Joe Biden did not have a plan, nor did he have the leadership, the strength to stand up in a crisis. His answer and his instinct was to run away and try to minimize the political impact, even though his allies and American citizens were endangered because of that. Add to that the breaking news, which came out on September 14th, after 5,000 Americans were abandoned by the Biden-Harris administration. And the last time that Joe Biden would ever mention how many Americans had been abandoned and left behind, he has never since talked about Afghanistan or those Americans. General Mark Milley was identified as another figure, high-ranking figure in the Biden-Harris administration that committed treason. Now that makes both John Kerry and Mark Milley essential key figures in the Biden-Harris administration whose actions were taken directly against the best interest of the United States. Now, when we think about that, so China has seen, and Russia and North Korea and Iran have seen that Joe Biden has lost to a terrorist organization, Taliban, a couple thousand people, and lost an entire country, lost billions of dollars of weapons and bases, and threw their own people under a bus, that they have been unable to properly anticipate international reactions around the globe, that they also have been blustering. And whenever confronted about that bluster, Joe Biden has backed down over and over and over again. That's why in 2021, Russia decided, since they had already made their troop buildup, because Joe Biden had backed down to Vladimir Putin, to China, to Iran, because Joe Biden lost in Afghanistan in the worst way possibly, that because he had no strength to stand up for 5,000 American citizens, which is his absolute responsibility and obligation, that they had nothing to fear, that there was no consequence. And Russia began to mobilize and to make it clear to the world they were going to enter the Ukraine. And one of the first things that Joe Biden had to say about Russia making their indications of invading Ukraine clear, the very first thing that Joe Biden had to say, as reported on December 10th of 2021, he told the Ukraine to do what Chamberlain recommended. He wanted them to appease Russia. He wanted them to give up their land, to give up the eastern portion of the Ukraine, to allow Russia to have access to the Black Sea, which would give it access to the Mediterranean and impact much of Europe. That they were to give up their grain and the wheat, the fertilizer, the uranium, and the strategic placement, to just give up their land and their people, and it would be okay, to keep Russia calm. That was the first thing that Joe Biden had to say about this. Again, this is an individual who is, from Russia's eyes, from China's eyes, from North Korea's eyes, from Iran's eyes, they are seeing someone who has backed down every time he has been challenged, who has made decisions without understanding the consequences of those decisions, who has leadership aides that are advising him, and they have no faith in the United States, apparently, and that he is willing to give up his own people and his allies for the political appearance of being strong. That, of course, never will lead to success, especially when countries are being aggressors. And so, what did we see? Well, in the days after that, by January 11th of 2022, there were talks. Russia, North Korea, Iran are all trying to test Joe Biden in various aspects. And we're not talking about North Korea here or Iran, which have their own elements in this, but all of the nations that have a gripe with the United States, all these nations that have long-term histories of aggression with the United States, all started taking escalating their positions and taking more aggressive stances and starting to press Joe Biden to see what he would do and to see what resistance they would face. And it was pretty obvious to the world at that point that by January 25th, we knew that World War III was imminent, or at least that was one of the things many people were talking about. People were afraid. They could see that there was an escalation happening, especially with Russia and Ukraine, that would involve NATO, Germany, and of course the United States. And how would the United States react? The United States, the de facto leader of NATO, the leader of the world, the superpower of the world, what were we going to do? And the question amongst most people was at the time, is Biden strong enough to actually do anything about it? Well, we got that answer because it was on February 10th that Joe Biden went on to NBC News speaking to Lester Holt, and he said he doubled down on his Afghanistan policy that he would abandon 10 to 20,000 American citizens, including children, into Ukraine and leave them alone, to leave them on their own, even if a war was occurring and they were threatened, endangered, or killed. He said this to Lester Holt on international news that the United States will not protect its own people. Thousands, 10,000 American citizens would not be protected. 10,000 children of the United States would not be protected under any circumstance. He made it as clear as it could be. Under that environment, looking at that time frame, February 10th, it was made clear. Joe Biden had already backed down whenever confronted. Joe Biden talked big to get good politics, but did nothing. Joe Biden had no plans for the Middle East or international policy. Joe Biden reacted poorly whenever put into a crisis situation and normally took the worst decision possible, possibly because the individuals advising him did not have the United States as its first and primary focus. And now we see that after being lambasted for trying to duplicate the 1938 appeasement acts of Neville Chamberlain, Joe Biden has now said he just gave up. He gave up the American citizens. If we're looking at this from any other nation in the world, does everything that I have just discussed sound like strength? Does it sound like someone saying you can't go forward, that there will be consequences and repercussions for your actions, and that they would be severe? Would you have any faith and trust that Joe Biden would do anything that would negatively impact you, especially when he won't even protect his own people? Of course, this led to Kamala Harris going out, as reported by the LA Times on February 19th of 2022, saying that she stands with the Ukraine and said and reiterated that Joe Biden, the United States, would be tough on Russia, on Vladimir Putin, if he did anything, which is probably the worst thing you could do. Kamala Harris has been a failure at international politics everywhere she has gone. She has embarrassed the United States every time she has spoken overseas. Everywhere she has gone has resulted in a negative consequence for the American people. And she is even less respected than Joe Biden. She is even less feared than Joe Biden, having no interactions with these world leaders, having nothing and done nothing that would engender any kind of confidence. Even our allies in South Korea were upset with Kamala Harris because of the way she acted and the way she embarrassed the United States in dealing with our ally in South Korea. There was no one who had trust, faith, or confidence in Kamala Harris. And hearing her echo the words of Joe Biden just made them even more hollow. It was a confirmation that nothing was going to be done of any consequence. So, as a result, only days later, 5 days after Kamala Harris threatened and reiterated the threats of Joe Biden against Russia, Vladimir Putin gave the word and invaded the Ukraine. Many people said that this would be a very short war, that it would be over in 30 days, that it would be over in 3 months. At the most extreme, many in the news media, in American news media, were saying it would be over in 6 months. One way or another, this was not going to be a war going on a long term. Joe Biden took action and decided that he was going to implement sanctions, that was his reaction, not troops, not so much weapons, more so to put sanctions against Russia, to enact a proxy economic war using the Ukraine as the go-through. And that NATO would join the United States, that they would follow the United States' lead in putting sanctions against Russia. How good was that? How effective was that? It was actually counterproductive. Because as we have learned then, and as we see continuing to this day, Russia's economy has been doing better. The price of the ruble increased. Their economy stabilized, while the rest of the world was having an increase, and in some places exponential increase in inflation, something that had started in the Biden administration in February of 2021 and has continued even to this day in increasing. The world went into a recession. Inflation took over across the world, especially for the European Union, NATO, and the United States. But Russia, they were actually doing well. Economically, this was working out for them. The sanctions had no real impact. Not only was this good for Russia because their economy was doing better, but the pressure on the rest of the world was even more severe because the war cut the food supply for the world. It took away the fertilizer needed across the world and indicated to the world that there would be a 30 to 40% grain shortage, food shortage around the world because of this war, which would negatively impact the United States and its allies. And we're still not quite up to date yet. But again, look at the steps that we have seen that were taken, the lack of precautions, because while the United States knew that once this war started, fertilizer would not be available, that would have a negative impact on food in the world. It would create a global food shortage. Joe Biden, not understanding consequences, did not warn the American people, did not advise them to prepare. He did nothing except have his proxy economic war and send more and more weapons and money from the United States over to the Ukraine, which was not defeating Russia, nor was it preventing the economic consequences, the negative impact to the United States and our allies. And then, as a result of this, to further enhance the problem, the Ukraine, in September of 2022, decided to suggest that they would enter into NATO. Something that was adamant, Russia was adamant, could not be possible. And the mere suggestion broke down any negotiations and any ceasefires that were capable. That is a reason for them to continue to fight, not to cease the fighting. Where was Joe Biden in this? Floundering. Zelensky was looking to go into the NATO, to get the protection of NATO, to bring NATO and the United States into the war physically, on the ground, fighting for the Ukraine. It made sense for him to make his move. Russia was adamant, unshakably adamant, that that could not happen, giving them more motivation to continue the fight in the Ukraine. And Joe Biden was nowhere to be seen. He had nothing to say. And thus we had to ask the question, when it was November 15th of 2022, we were asking, what is the Biden foreign policy? Because it seems to be hurting world peace. It doesn't seem to be helping world peace. Not just in what we see in Russia and the Ukraine, but in China, Iran, North Korea. North Korea, by that time, having fired over 70 missiles, ICBMs and hypersonic missiles at South Korea and Japan, with many of them capable of hitting the United States. The world was recognizing Joe Biden was weak, that he had no strength, and he was not offering any solution that would help him. At the same time, in the United States, as we reported on December 2nd, studies were coming out, reports were coming out. Socialism was increasing in the United States. One of the very key factors for Russia, for North Korea, for China, that socialism was undermining the public, the root and core of the United States. So not only was Joe Biden weak, but America was becoming weaker as America decided to try and recruit soldiers under the idea of having two moms, of being warm and fuzzy and being nice. That wasn't how China was recruiting its soldiers. That's not how Russia was recruiting its soldiers, being absolutely honest with them that they would be engaged in aggressive, active warfare, but the United States trying to say it's all about feelings and feeling good. This did not escape the attention of nations around the world who started to work together. China, North Korea, Iran, and Russia working together against the United States, working together specifically to target the United States negatively. And it was only complicated more when Joe Biden then went forward and traded Brittany Griner, a WNBA entertainer, for the world's leading arms dealer. It was incredible. Brittany Griner, an admitted criminal who was correctly and justly put through the Russian process and convicted of a crime that she admits she committed, and the United States gave up the leading arms dealer in the world, someone responsible for civil wars and riots and death around the globe, especially in Africa. It was a massive political faux pas. This was a mistake. The math didn't make sense. Brittany Griner isn't worth the world's largest arms dealer, someone who is wanted in multiple nations for many, many decades. And they traded an entertainer for her? He left an American citizen, a soldier, someone who was declared an innocent. He left them in Russia, former United States Marine, but got the entertainer instead, reinforcing the fact that Joe Biden was focused on politics, on how this looked amongst his core base of supporters. Brittany Griner was negotiated for and released because she's black and gay, and it was politically advantageous. Not because that was a fair trade, not because that put an advantage to the United States. The advantage, in fact, was for Russia and for warlords around the world. In releasing Victor Bout, the United States increased the net global terror in the world, which reinforces for Russia and China, Iran, and North Korea, it reinforces the thought that the United States is weak, that they are more focused on politics than consequences of their actions, and that there is no strength behind the United States and its military. We did recap much of this earlier this year. January 19th of 2023, we recapped something that was very important about this, because throughout this process, and most recently, even in NATO, there was fracturing. Germany would not send tanks unless the United States sent tanks. Poland was willing to send their German tanks to the Ukraine, even if Germany said no. that would have caused a division. That would have broke NATO, having its nations fight amongst each other about the support and the level of support they would give to the Ukraine. Joe Biden, the leader, had nothing to say to these nations until he did exactly what Germany wanted him to do, what Germany had forced him to do. After spending weeks saying that the United States would not send M1 Abrams tanks into the Ukraine, that we would not give them to them, we gave the Ukraine 31 tanks. The problem here is we didn't want to give that to them because it requires American troops to go with those tanks. Because the Ukraine is not capable of maintaining those tanks or training people to use those tanks. They need American soldiers on the ground. Just like in Germany, to use the Leopard 2 tank, it would require German troops on the ground. So Germany forced America to go first, to take the lead, to put their troops first. Germany was manipulating America. And the world watched that manipulation and saw that it was effective. That leads us to where we are now, where, according to ABC News, just on February 18th, Russia was accused of committing crimes against humanity by Vice President Harris. Well, as we have already identified, whenever Kamala Harris goes out and decides to speak for the United States, the very worst outcome always happens. They really need to stop having her speak. She's weak. She's not respected. She engenders the exact opposite reaction of whatever it is she's there to do. And she was there to try to embarrass Russia and Vladimir Putin, to threaten them with a question that is very important. What are you going to do? Threatening Russia, threatening Vladimir Putin, saying that they've committed crimes against humanity, that they will be punished by the world. What do you think they're going to do? Are they going to back down? Are they going to stop? To only be punished further? It was an empty threat that was reiterated by Antony Blinken, as we mentioned today in a tweet. Kamala Harris goes to Munich with empty threats to Russia. Blinken backs her up. Antony Blinken, Secretary of State, supports her, as he should, in the administration. Biden then went to Ukraine. He ignored the problem, the emergency, the disaster in Ohio affecting thousands of American citizens. And instead of even visiting that to see what was happening, to somehow give the reassurance to the American people that he had a plan, that they would be taken care of, even as his administration had already been accused of undermining these people, of ignoring their plight, of throwing them to the wayside, instead of reassuring the American people and adding confidence, he went to the Ukraine to support the Ukraine efforts, to give the Ukraine more money, to shore up that political effort. Why would Joe Biden go to the Ukraine instead of to a disaster site in the United States? A disaster site that his administration had been negatively attacked for, that they were being beat up in the news media, and American people had lost faith, were losing faith actively by day because of the response. Why wouldn't he go and reassure the American people? Because he's weak. Because it was politically disadvantageous. Once again, the world got to see the priorities. Joe Biden wants to look strong. He wants to move his political agenda forward at all costs. But he's not willing to actually do something substantive. It's like in 2019, 2020, in the election campaign. There was no substance, but there was a lot of talk. There was no understanding of consequences, but he wanted to look good. And because Kamala Harris has no respect in the world amongst world leaders, because there was an empty threat, even if it came from Antony Blinken, Secretary of State. Because Joe Biden was willing to throw American citizens under the bus again for the third time. 5,000 Americans in Afghanistan, 10,000 Americans in the Ukraine, God knows how many thousands of Americans in Ohio. Again, he throws Americans under the bus for his political posturing, showing that he is weak and not concerned about the people, undermining the confidence of America in him and reducing the likelihood of any consequence against China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran. Therefore, Russia did the only thing that was absolutely logical in that case. Putin decided to strike back harshly. He ended all of the agreements, the nuclear agreements from the START nuclear pact, leaving Russia fully and absolutely capable of using nuclear weapons at any moment, not just in the Ukraine, but for any action, intervention, war, or tension around the globe. It is the riskiest place that the United States has been in since roughly the 1970s. It is the most unsure state of existence for nuclear powers in decades. And this is a direct consequence of Joe Biden and his actions. We maintain on this channel, this is a direct and natural consequence because of what Joe Biden has done, because of what he has presented, because he has no foreign policy, he has no plan, and he does not know how to react to the consequences, because Joe Biden is focused on politics. He's looking to push politics ahead of everything else, including American citizens. And world leaders, especially those who do not like America, see this. And our allies are losing confidence because of this. That's why Japan is now building its own army, why South Korea is threatening to build their own nuclear weapons because they have no belief in the Biden-Harris administration protecting them. And that's why we see that Russia has now said that they are willing to use nuclear weapons. Now, I've gone through this in some detail to bring you from 2019 to 2023, showing you all the elements, just focusing on Russia alone, not including what happened in North Korea, what's been happening with China and Taiwan, our difficulties with our allies in South Korea and Japan, not even touching on really the issues in the Middle East, whether it be in Syria or with Iran, and how we have abandoned essentially our allies in Israel. We're not even looking at the rest of the world and the problems that are ongoing. We're not even talking about the fact that 98 suspected terrorists had entered the United States in 2022. We're not even dealing with the other problems, inflation and everything else. Just looking at how Russia watched the Biden-Harris administration fold and fail for years. Are we surprised that we are now on the edge of World War III? Are we surprised that we are actively becoming part of a regional war? Are we surprised that there is no fear or respect for Joe Biden or Kamala Harris? So now comes the part where we have to ask the question, what is the consequence of this? Again, if you doubt the conclusion we're making here, look back over the last 3 years, 4 years. Look at each of the articles we have identified, and in the description of every video we have done, the dozens of articles that we have sourced to make the conclusions we have come to. Look at it through the time to bring us to today. And then ask yourself, given that weakness, given that failure to stand up, to lead, to have a plan and to understand the consequences of that plan, what do you think is going to happen next? Is Russia going to stop fighting in the Ukraine? No, of course not. Is the Ukraine war going to end in another 2 months? No. Another 6 months? No. most likely that war will continue for 10 years. Not 1 year, not 2 years, 10 years, possibly 20. This is a war very much like what we saw in Vietnam, what we have seen in Afghanistan, what we have seen in Iraq, what's going on in Syria. We are talking about a multi-decade war. If the United States continues to fund this war and use Ukraine as its economic proxy.
Thank you so much for tuning into No Soundbites Allowed today. I'm the political dragon, Michael Voss, and I hope you've enjoyed this conversation as much as I did. Remember, on this podcast, we don't settle for sound bites. We dive deeper, challenge assumptions, and have the conversations that matter. If you liked today's show, don't forget to subscribe, share, and leave us your comments. Your support helps us reach more people and continue to bring you the hard-hitting discussions you won't hear anywhere else. Follow me on the major social media platforms like X, Twitter, YouTube, Rumble, and more to stay updated on upcoming episodes and join the conversation live on our next live stream. We love hearing from you and we value every perspective. We stream live, responding to your chats and calls starting at 2:30 p.m. every Sunday. Until next time, this is Michael Voss, and you've been listening to No Soundbites Allowed. Stay informed, stay engaged, and as always, don't settle for the sound bites. Is the sound on now? Yeah, yeah, I do gotta fire the sound guy. Okay, I'm an idiot. God, I feel bad when I do those things. Okay, so what I was just saying for the last 3 minutes, I apologize. Hey, I don't have a team of people working here. It's just me. I don't have 10,000 people like CNN or MSNBC. It's just me. And I don't have enough money to hire other people to work with me. I'm already in poverty. I can't afford anyone else. So I apologize when I make stupid mistakes when I come back from a break. I apologize. What I did say is that um, I'm glad to have you back with me. It is March 9th. It is 5:49, 5:50 now. And I am Michael Voss, the political dragon here in our offices in the Bronx. I thank you for joining us, whether it's for 5 minutes or 5 hours, to join us as we discuss the issues that affect all of us across the world. Because we know that many of the world leaders, you talk about France, you talk about Germany or United Kingdom, where it's illegal to have these conversations. They literally have no freedom of speech. They control everything that you can say and how you speak about the various issues. We know that. They've already admitted that. And we know here in the United States, you have organizations like Google and like YouTube that are trying to control the conversations that we can have, where they're doing things like telling every political commentator, you should be talking about Pete Buttigieg. No, don't talk about Hamas and the fact that they have killed every American hostage except one, that they have tortured them and they have sexually abused them for 500, almost 500 days in a row, and they're all dead except for one. No, we shouldn't be talking about that because America isn't talking about a Hamas-Israeli war. No, that's not what regular Americans are talking about. They're talking about Pete Buttigieg. Nowhere, no one credibly is talking about that. He's not important. It's not an issue. They want us to talk about and say, Orange Man bad. That's their big thing. Say Orange Man bad. Because that's what American people are talking about. Well, we just had the Congressional Address, the State of the Union 2025, and 74% of Americans agreed with the agenda laid out by the Trump administration, where 48% of Americans, depending on the poll, are supporting Donald Trump. Some polls have him at 51% with CBS News, some with 50% at Rasmussen, but they don't want you to talk about that. It's got to be Orange Man bad. We're going into a dictatorship. Really? Are you sure about that? Trump's trying to create more peace in the world, and we're supposed to be talking about Orange Man bad, not more peace in the world. Okay, that's what YouTube and Google would like you to speak about, because Google and YouTube, well, they want to suppress this channel. They want to make sure you don't see this channel. They don't want you to have these conversations. Whether you agree with me or not, they don't want you to think. They don't want you to speak. They want you to simply obey. We don't agree with that. Whether you agree with me or not, I want to hear your voice. I want to hear why you think the things you do. Doesn't matter if we agree. It's okay if we don't agree. That's how we get to improve things, by having a conversation. That's what we do on this channel for 8 years now. That's what we do. We have conversations. We talk about the issues. We try to find the best solution possible. And we can only do that with your support. When you like, when you share, when you subscribe, we break through the limitations they put on us. Think about it. Every Wednesday at 8 p.m., we do a live stream with the Liberty First Foundation. We get 300 people watching us live in the middle of the week and at the end of the night. But every Sunday, when we can reach people across the world, they don't want us to get 100 people onto this channel. And that's because YouTube doesn't put it out there. They don't send out the notifications. They don't want people to know that they could have this conversation. They don't want you to speak. But guess what? We can get to 100 subscribers, live viewers on a Sunday. We can get to 200 or 300. You guys can help. Share it out. Like, subscribe. We can get there. We will break those algorithms. We will have these conversations, because the United States isn't England or Germany. You can and you do have a First Amendment right to speak up. So with that said, let me jump off the soapbox there. Yeah, I know. I'm human. I screw up sometimes. It happens. As you can see on the screen, there was a typo there, but we have fixed it now. That on April 6th, that is my birthday. And for those who are new to the channel, every year on my birthday, I do a marathon live stream. Yes, that means I do at least 12 hours, sometimes 14. One of these days, I'll go 24 hours of being able to speak with you. That's on every topic, every issue, every question you may have. Sometimes we'll have some guests come in and they'll be on, either they'll call in or they'll jump onto the live stream with us to speak with you. And that's going to happen this year as well. I expect to be on at least from 9 a.m. until 9 p.m. on April 6th, which is my birthday. That's how I spend my birthday. I don't go out and drink. I don't hang out with my friends. I actually spend my time talking with you. That's how I love to spend my birthday. I hope you'll join us. Okay. Those things all being said, all that done, let's move forward. Because there's so much. Now, we've talked about a lot about what's happening overseas, but we haven't talked a lot about what's happening here in the United States. Obviously, there are tariffs that are being placed onto Canada, onto Mexico. They have been delayed, but they are coming. There are tariffs that have been put onto China. Most Americans agree with the tariffs on China, but not everyone agrees about Canada or Mexico. Mexico is working on getting more of their troops, more of their people protecting the southern border for the United States, as they always should have been doing, to limit the amount of people crossing the border because we don't have an open border. The border is closed. There are immigration laws, and they are going to be enforced. And part of the deal is, as long as Mexico is putting up the troops and holding back illegal aliens coming into the United States, they don't have to worry about the tariffs. It's real simple. And pretty much the same thing for Canada. Make sure that there aren't illegal aliens walking across the northwest wooded areas of America and walking into America from Canada. Keep the terrorists out of our nation. Pretty simple. Canada, under Trudeau, Prime Minister Trudeau, they seem to have a problem with that. They think that, borders don't matter as long as it's American borders. They don't matter. And anyone can go into America through Canada. They don't care about whether or not we have terrorists coming into America, a 3,000% increase. They don't care about that. It's because they can have an open border. I disagree with Trudeau. Now, the question everyone's asking is, does that have an impact on America? Is that going to hurt our economy? People who've been watching this program for a while know that I was saying back in October that President Trump, actually, I think even in August of 2024, I was saying that Donald Trump, if he wins the election, they're going to say in the first quarter of 2025, they're going to say that America's in a recession and it's Donald Trump's fault. I guaranteed that. I said that in, I think it was August. I said it in October, November. After the election, I've mentioned it several times over the last several months that they're going to say that America is now in a recession. Doesn't matter about what happened. Now, mind you, on this channel, in August of 2022, we told you America was in a recession. And we know that the rules were changed in America to say that we weren't in a recession. The Biden administration changed the rules and changed the perception. And people say, Mike, you don't know what you're talking about. That's not what happened there. Okay, let me show you. Fact check from NBC. This is from NBC News. Fact check. Did the Biden administration try to redefine recession? No, they didn't try. They did. They changed it. This is coming from July of 2022. Now, that's 1 month before I announced and I said publicly that America was in a recession. We didn't go into a recession until August. August of 2022, we started the recession. And they said in July, the U.S. economy is still struggling to recover. No kidding. But the Biden administration has doubled down on the claim that we're not heading into a recession. That's what Biden said. The White House has been accused of changing the definition of recession. but technically they did not. See, this is the way that the mainstream news media tells you the truth, but also lies to your face. Okay, so the White House was accused of it. Did they, in fact, change the definition of recession? Yes, they did. They did do it. And I love to say, but technically, in other words, they did it. They did change the way a recession is defined. And the answer is, well, actually, they're not in charge of that. There's a different team, a different organization that's in charge of that. That's an organization which is called, and I believe I have it here, the National Bureau of Economic Research. See, they're the ones who decide when we're in a recession and when we're not in a recession. Well, here's the thing. That may be true for economists, but for the American people, it's the White House. And if the White House changed the definition of a recession, then for the American people, they changed it. So it's not technically, they did. NBC, though, is trying to protect Joe Biden. They're trying to hide. They didn't want to say the words that the Biden administration put America into a recession. They didn't want to say that. But they're happy to say that now. Now they're saying, well, Donald Trump is leading America into a recession. This is from foreignpolicy.com. Trump's economy is flashing red. We might be going into a recession. There's now more articles coming out today as we speak that are coming out in various news, the major news media that are saying America is going into a recession. It's Donald Trump's fault. Donald Trump put America into a recession. It's the tariffs that did it. It's Donald Trump. He put us there with his tariffs. No, that's not true. That's not true at all. The problem started long before the last 45 days. America has been in a recession since August of 2022. We had a financial downturn, and we identified that. We literally predicted it in February. I believe it was February 17th of 2021. We were publicly telling you that America's economy was going to go downhill in 2021 based on the policies of the Biden-Harris administration. And it did. And inflation started rising in February of 2021 under the Biden policies, exactly as we predicted. And we have the videos for you to see for yourself. Don't take my word for it. It's there. So we know this is the Biden policies. And we didn't come out of the recession. And at no point after 2022 did you look at your paycheck and say, I have more money. The prices of everything that you buy didn't go down. We had more inflation, and we had continuous inflation from August of 2022 going forward. But the mainstream news media said it wasn't a recession because they didn't change the definition. There's a whole different definition, but it's not the White House's fault. The definition was changed by someone else. So we can't say it's a recession. It's not official to say it's a recession. Some other organization that the American people have never heard of, don't talk about, don't know anything about. They didn't say it's a recession yet, so it's not a recession. It's not official. You're saying something that's unapproved. How dare you? How dare you say things that didn't get approved by the White House first? But we are in a recession. We have been in a recession. It's one of the longest recessions that America has ever been in. And it wasn't because of Donald Trump. Now, that doesn't mean that there isn't going to be economic pain, that there aren't problems that are coming. And we knew this when we elected Donald Trump, and he said he was going to shrink the size of the government. We knew there was going to be economic pain. When Donald Trump said that he was going to create a Department of Government Efficiency, that they were going to cut waste and corruption in the United States government, we knew there was going to be pain. When Donald Trump said to various government workers that, hey, you can retire early, just leave. We're cutting the size of the government. We knew there would be some kind of economic pain. But now they're saying it's a recession. Well, no, it's not a recession. We've already been in a recession. And it's not a depression. That's not where the economy is going. It isn't going to be simple. It's not going to be easy. It doesn't turn around in a day. Yes, on the campaign trail, did Donald Trump say that he was going to fix the price of food in a day? Yes, he did. Was he embellishing? Was he having campaign rhetoric? Of course he was. And everyone who knew anything about the economy, anything about finance, knew, of course. He was just saying that. That's one of the campaign things. He was exaggerating. The answer is he's turning it around. And he is. Because we are shrinking the size of the government. We are having more transparency, identifying waste. And we are cutting that out with the Department of Government Efficiency. That is happening. Some $77 billion has been identified. In fact, let me make sure I get that right. What is it? It's let's make sure we get that right. There it is. I stand corrected. At this moment, as reported by the Department of Government Efficiency, there has been 100,000 million billions. Again, 100,000 million billions. $181 billion of wasteful spending that has been cut from the United States budget. That's enormous. Now, we spend about $7 trillion a year. We make about $5 trillion off of taxes. That's a loss of $2 trillion. We still have a long way to go to balance the books. And I don't think we're going to get there. I think we're lucky to get $500 billion of cuts. I said that before the election. I'm saying that now. But what we can see clearly is that almost $200 billion has been cut. That means you're saving money. That's less money that's going into the national debt. That means the national debt is slowing down. It means the interest on the debt is slowing down. But it doesn't mean it's perfect. And we can see there are fewer small businesses today than there were in the government, even under the Biden administration. Now, here's the thing to think about that. Under the Trump administration, one of the first things he did, and I know you can't see it clearly here, but I want you, you can go to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. That's where I'm getting this from. This is from the government itself. And of the roughly 300,000 small businesses that don't exist anymore, from January to February, we lost, well, actually about 200,000 jobs. Gone. 200,000 small businesses are gone. How many of those were getting money from U.S. aid? How many of those were getting money from the United States government that were part of the $181 billion in waste, where they were helping to send money to Pakistan and to Thailand to fund foreign students to go to foreign colleges to get a degree in foreign nations? How much money is connected? How much of that $181 billion, how many businesses in the United States were thriving off of making comic books that could be sent to Brazil? Trans comic books with trans heroes. How many people put together a play in the United States so it could go over to Ireland so they could talk about gay rights and trans rights? How much of that waste funded those 200,000 jobs? That's the thing that you should be noticing. Of course, the number of small businesses decreased because the amount of government waste decreased across the entire government, because we are getting rid of the corruption in our government, which shrinks the size of our government. One of the things that went hand in hand: more corruption, more bloat, more businesses just sucking money out of the government without anyone stopping it. So yes, there are going to be more people who are unemployed, and you will see a big increase. Probably unemployment will probably be about 4.3% in April. When we see the March numbers, it'll be in April, and we'll see about 4.3%. 3, you'll see about a 2 percentage point, 0.2%, excuse me, 0.2% increase in the amount of unemployment. Why? Government workers. The number one employer in the nation is the United States government. They're the biggest employer out of every business. There's no business, there's nothing that is bigger than the United States government. We employ more people. And we have been shrinking that workforce. Those people, some of them are retired, many of them are retired, but some of them are also unemployed. And that's going to increase the amount of unemployment in America. We're changing the job numbers. So yes, you're going to see that. Is that bad for America? Long term? Absolutely not. Short term? There's going to be adjustment. Does that mean America is going into a recession? We've already been in a recession. This is how we get out. This is how we clean up the books. Now, let me be clear. And I'm going to get to your comment, Joel, in just 1 second. But let me be very clear about this. To fix the problem means to deal with the pain. And this is something that politicians have been avoiding for decades. They kick the can down the road. You've heard Republicans, Democrats, they've all done it. Kick the problem down the road. We will fix that another day. The next generation will deal with it. We don't have to deal with that right now. It's because it's painful. Shrinking the size of the government, getting rid of waste, getting rid of the grift is painful. It means some people are going to lose jobs. It means that people will be unemployed for a while. That's going to happen. It has to happen. It's how you get rid of the corruption. Not to say that every person who's involved in a business that gets a free check from the government because DEI, Sweet Baby Inc., as an example, is some people who play video games will be more familiar with this than others. But Sweet Baby Inc. is a DEI company. Their only job is what they call sensitivity readers. They're the reason why you've got DEI in your video games and in your movies. They go in, they say, there's not enough black people. There's not enough lesbians. There's not enough trans people in this movie, this TV show, this cartoon, this comic book, this video game. And their job is, you're going to pay us to get the number of people who are oppressed, according to the left, into your whatever it is, whatever the entertainment is. They're the reason why the Oscars are so woke, why so many businesses are woke and going broke. And they grift and they get a grant from the United States government. They were getting that under the Biden-Harris administration. They were getting checks, these organizations, for that DEI, to make your entertainment miserable, to make you feel like the average progressive who are always miserable. You've never seen progressives happy. They're never happy. Progressives and socialists are always absolutely miserable because their ideology is absolutely miserable. It's soul-sucking grief. And so they're always miserable. And now they want you to be miserable too. And Trump is ending that, the Trump administration. So there will be a transition period, and it will be bumpy, but it's not a recession. That's not accurate. Joel says, our government often changes the factors for economic indicators. This makes it hard to compare one year to another. But yes, the last administration was changing everything to mask the truth. Yes. And as I just showed from NBC, they said yes. They said technically, well, that means yes. If it's technically true, it is true. They said, but it's not completely the White House's fault. It's another group's fault. It doesn't matter. It's true. It happened. They're just trying to find an excuse. They're justifying, and we hear this often from the left. They justify their feeling. They justify their ideology. Well, who cares? I don't care about the justification. I didn't ask for the justification. Is it true? Yes. Stop right there. We don't need to go further. Is Trump getting rid of corruption in our government? Yes. Is it in all the places that I want him to do it in? No. But that's not important. Is he doing it? Yes, he is. Is it having an impact? Absolutely. Is that long-term positive for America? Absolutely. Mind you, as much as I am in favor of Donald Trump and what he is doing right now, and 74% of Americans polled also agree with the agenda that Donald Trump has put out. That's Democrats, that's libertarians, that's the independents and people who barely pay attention to politics. 74% of America agree with the agenda Donald Trump has put forward. That's the current numbers. That doesn't mean that Trump is a god or that he is the best person that has ever lived. I look at this from politics, not from personalities. I don't care. Well, Trump, he's a good guy, he's a bad guy. I don't care. I like him, I don't like him, I don't care. Notice we never talk about whether I like President Trump. Who cares? You don't care, and I don't care. Doesn't matter if I like him or if I don't like him. That doesn't make what he is doing more or less effective. I don't care. Personal feelings are meaningless. And I know many, many people, and I get in this argument a lot with my libertarian friends, oh no, but politics, feelings are very important. No, feelings are why our government is screwed up right now. It's why our kids are screwed up in college right now, because of feelings. Because they're focused on feelings and they don't know how to read or write. Because they're focused on feelings and our government has $36 trillion in debt. That we're wasting money around the world. That's feelings. Feelings got us DEI, which is why movie after movie after movie has completely failed. No one wants to watch the movies anymore. No one wants to watch the current TV. Everyone's looking at old movies, and we're watching old TV shows because they were better, because they were good, they were entertaining. The new stuff is just miserable. But you may disagree. And that's okay. It's okay to disagree. If someone disagrees, I'm perfectly happy to see your comments here on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitter, wherever you're seeing the channel. Happy to see your comments. Tell me why I'm wrong. Because I'm not. I don't think I am. But if you think I am, I'm perfectly happy to hear why you think that. Why feelings are more important than facts. Empirical, absolute data. I know there are people out there who believe that when AOC said that facts and empirical data, it doesn't matter. Feelings are the only thing that's important. I'm sure members of the Democratic Socialists of America were all happy about that. Because if you look at what they're saying empirically, they're talking about failure. And their policies have failed, every single one. But if you're talking about feelings, hey, they felt like they were doing the right thing. They felt good while they failed. They slept great while they failed. But that didn't help people like Laken Riley, did it? They felt great about an open border. Laken Riley didn't. Lots of people haven't. The woman who was burned alive on the New York subway didn't feel great about open borders. But, people like Kathy Hochul, governor of New York, she felt great. 2 days after the woman burned to death on the subway, Kathy Hochul was on the subway taking a selfie and saying, I feel safe. We got to call these things out. No, America isn't going into a recession. They're just going to now they can admit we're in a recession because it's Donald Trump and not Joe Biden. It's no longer the Democrats' fault because now it's Donald Trump's fault. Everything's Donald Trump. Orange man bad. It's his fault that the economy that's been chugging along for 4 years under Bidenomics, in 45 days, it's all become Donald Trump's fault. Orange man bad. He turned it all around. There are certain things you can blame on Donald Trump. Absolutely. And one of those things is that there will be more unemployment. Absolutely. And those numbers will show up next month in April. And that's not a bad thing because we're also shrinking the size of government. We're shrinking the amount of waste in government. As I said, we're nearly at $200 billion. That's Nothing compared to the 7 trillion we spend, but it's a start. And that's a good thing. And that's why 74% of Americans agree. 74% of Americans. That is almost unheard of. Anything above 80% of Americans agreeing is anything. If you said it was 90, I tell you that it's a lie. I'll tell you that it's not a real number. If you told me it was 85% or 83%, I tell you it's a lie. It's not a real number. You can't get 80% of Americans to agree on anything. I don't care whether they're left, right, whether they're Native Americans or they're legal migrants. 80% of America will not agree on anything. If you get to 80 and above, that's not real. That's not a real number. Unless it's like 9/11 or D-Day. Actually, not D-Day. Pearl Harbor. Unless America is being attacked, 9/11. Unless America is being attacked and killed. Yeah, we'll agree on that. But other than that, no. We don't even have 80% of Americans agree about whether or not we got to the moon. So anything over 80%, not real. 74% of Americans agree. And that, I think, is real. And part of this, not a recession, but it is a downsize of government, is something that we were talking about and we've said before. Get rid of the Department of Education. We're talking about roughly $200 billion just for the Department of Education itself. Before there was a Department of Education, we were able to get a man on the moon. Before there was a Department of Education, we created computers. Before there was a Department of Education, we created the internet. After we created the Department of Education, we have Grammarly. We have college students who are illiterate. We have 7th graders who read at the level of 4th graders that get promoted every year without any pause. And they will continue to go through the system even though they're incapable of being able to be productive adults. That has nothing to do with whether you're left or right. It has nothing to do with whether you're a Democrat, a Libertarian, if you're part of the Democratic Socialists, or you're a Republican or conservative. It has nothing to do with any of that. That is just the facts. That's the reality that we are in at this moment. We need to get rid of the Department of Education. It was an experiment. It was an idea. Back in the 70s, they came up with this idea that maybe if all of the government was in control of education, that it would help improve because government makes everything. These were the Democrats in the 70s, the Democrats from the 60s, the hippies. They had this idea that government is smarter than any individual, that government will do things better than you or I. This is where the progressive movement came from. This is where this idea that government, that a big government is smarter than an individual, where categories started popping up. This is from the 70s, which was directly from the 60s. The hippies had this idea. The Bill Ayers of the world came up with these crazy ideas. And they said that, you know what? If we have a federal government in charge of education, our kids will be smarter. They were wrong. Empirically, mathematically, absolutely wrong. Our kids are worse off today than they were 20 years ago. God help you, 50 years ago. The kids are worse today than we've seen in decades, if not, well, actually, for more than half a century. Our kids are dumber. They are less capable as you. They can't cook. They can't sew. They can't pass classes. They can't read. Think about it. They can't read. Last week we showed you in Connecticut the result of this progressive ideology of the government being in charge of education. We have college students who are illiterate. The only way they can pass anything is they have things like Grammarly and AI reading for them, speaking to them, because they can't read themselves. They don't understand and can't read the words. Why do we need a Department of Education? What in the hell is the Department of Education doing for us? Well, and I have on the screen here, as you can see, this is Senator Chuck Schumer, one of the most powerful Democrats in America, who's been in office almost as long as I have been alive. And I'm over half a century old. And he's been in office, elected office, almost as long as I have, almost a half century now. And Chuck Schumer says, if Donald Trump abolishes the Department of Education, which is what we called for last Sunday. Last Sunday, we said, we got to get rid of the Department of Education. Chuck Schumer goes on and he says, it would be one of the most destructive and devastating steps he's ever taken. America, for most of the existence of America, never had a Department of Education. We don't need a Department of Education. That is a relatively new creation, created by Democratic hippies in the 70s, installed into our government in the 80s, and taking into effect in the 90s. This is a new thing. This is a social experiment, and Democrats love to have social experiments. So to say that we can't have an education system without a Department of Education, I can point to over 200 years of America. We don't need an education system. We didn't need it before. We don't need it now. America can teach kids to read without a Department of Education. And apparently, we can teach those kids to read better without a Department of Education than with it. And by the way, in my almost 57 years of life, when I was in school, we not only did we get to learn how to read and write and do math, but guess what? I also had band. I learned how to play a clarinet. I learned how to play the saxophone. Also, we had things like plays, and we had arts and crafts. We had shop classes. You can go and learn how to work with metal and to work with automobiles. We had a woodworking class where you could learn how to do basic carpentry, to build things. We had home ec, where you learn how to balance a checkbook. You learned how to cook for yourself and how to sew. We had typing classes to learn how to type on a typewriter. We had all of those classes, and we learned how to read and write. Now, with the Department of Education, our kids don't get any of those things. All of that stuff. You don't get to have shop. You don't get to have music. You don't have plays. You don't get to have to learn how to type. You don't learn how to cook or to sew. You don't learn any of that. All our kids know how to do is take a test. And Chuck Schumer says it's devastating. Our kids would learn how, if we get rid of the Department of Education, our kids might be able to learn how to cook for themselves instead of ordering food online from Uber and getting delivered their food. Our kids might learn how to sew for themselves so that they can make their clothes. They don't have to spend money constantly because all their clothes are getting worn out. Oh, our kids might learn how to fix things for themselves, or maybe get into a career like an electrician or a carpenter or a metal worker, things that we need to build the infrastructure of America. They might be able to do that without a Department of Education, and you can't let that happen. Chuck Schumer goes on to say, the main victim of the decision are American children. Well, yes, they are a victim of the Department of Education. They're a victim of big government trying to run schools, and they can't do it because the government can't. That's not in their wheelhouse. They don't know how to do it, and they have failed. Empirically, factually, mathematically, we can put this onto a graph, and many people have. They have failed. There's no two ways about that. There is no justification for that. They failed. The social experiment failed. And Chuck Schumer says, nope, 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 you got to keep it. And he goes on to say, Democrats will do everything we can to stop and protect the Department of Education. He wants to protect why? Why does he want to do that? The teachers union. one of the biggest donors to Democrats in any state across the entire United States is the teachers union. Not to say that every teacher is a Democrat. They're not. As much as we see libs of TikTok and they constantly show us what the teachers are trying to teach our kids. Yeah, you got to have purple hair, and let me tell you about how I had sex with my partner over the weekend. That's what many teachers are being featured as on libs of TikTok, but that's not all teachers, let's be fair. But we can say that the teachers union is one of the biggest donors to the Democratic Party. And because of that, if there's no Department of Education, there might not be a teachers union, or it might be smaller, and therefore Democrats won't get as much money and they might not win as many elections. So they have to protect their donors. That's what Democrats are doing right now. That's what Chuck Schumer is talking about. Democrats aren't trying to help the American kid who is dumber today than he was 50 years ago. They're not trying to help the kids. They're trying to help their elections. They're trying to protect their money. They're protecting their donors. They're not helping you. Now, I happen to also put this in, that this was part of my, I put in a little clip, a short, and I sent it to Chuck Schumer. By the way, he never responded. Chuck Schumer never responded to this. He's my senator. He's a New York State senator. He's one of the senators representing me. He had no comment. He didn't say anything to me when I said, hey, but we have kids who are illiterate now. That's what the Department of Education has done. Oh, he doesn't want to talk about that. No, this, you just don't understand. That's always the answer. That's always the answer from the progressive Democrats. You just don't understand. I was born before there was a Department of Education. Yes, I do understand. I do have reading comprehension. I do read at high levels. Yes, I understand this. I understand it very clearly. And I spend a lot of time to make sure that I do understand so I can have the conversation with you guys. Chuck Schumer doesn't want you to think about it. Chuck Schumer wants you to be as stupid as possible so that you will obey, so you will not ask questions like I did, saying, why should we keep this? It is failure. It has been an abject, absolute failure by any criteria anyone wants to put forward. Let me see here. We got some comments. So I never forget about the comments, folks. I always pay attention. Joe says, the Department of Education is ineffective and inefficient. Absolutely. I know. Everyone's getting my habit of saying, is it effective? Is it efficient? Yeah. And Joel goes on to say, the U.S. education results have consistently fallen behind since the inception of the Department of Education. That is true. That is an absolute fact. Ask any parent. And I've talked to many, many parents. You can look at the data or you can just talk to parents. You can just ask the kids, can you sew? Can you cook? Do you understand what I just wrote down? Can you read the Constitution? The answer is no, they can't. They can't read cursive. And even if it were in block print, they can't read it. That's why they need Grammarly to write the sentences for them, to write the papers, the documents, the emails for them. They can't do it themselves. This is stuff they should have learned in 6th grade. They can't, they want a living wage, but they don't even know what would be a living wage. They've never done the math. They don't know how to balance their bank accounts. They just know how to spend, which is why so many kids are in so much debt, why they have so much credit card debt at the age of 25. I'm not talking about student loan debt, which is also ridiculously high, but we're talking about credit card debt. There are commercials right now. If you're on YouTube and you're watching a video, you've probably heard within the last week, week and a half about this supposed imaginary black woman who started college. She got pregnant. And so she had to she was paying for her child. She wasn't married. To her significant other, the man who was with her, disappeared, never spoken about. In this commercial on YouTube about credit and about getting credit cards. You know what? I think it's for Credit Karma. She's a black girl, 18. She got pregnant while she was in college. There is no man mentioned. There is no father involved. And so she had to raise her baby at the age of 18 while going to college. Now, they never mentioned whether or not she completed college in the commercial. But we do know that she has 3 kids. And she had to fix her credit because her credit cards went out of control because she didn't know how to balance a budget. Because now that's not what's said in the commercial, but she tries to raise her kids on credit cards and she racked up a massive debt. Well, that's because she doesn't know how to balance her books. She didn't understand what interest would do. She screwed up because she didn't have a good education. And so then she had to use Credit Karma. And using Credit Karma, she fixed her financial problems, her debt. They never said she actually graduated from college. All we know is that she has 3 kids and she fixed her debt. That's a failure of education on multiple levels. And that's a popular commercial right now on YouTube being put into every different program you're watching. And this is supposed to be a positive. No, it means that the Department of Education has failed. Joe says, Department of Education. Oh, I did read that. Okay, I read that already. That's the reality here. And Chuck Schumer has no answer. Chuck Schumer's team, because this isn't what I'm showing you right now. Chuck Schumer's team are the ones who are responsible for his Twitter account. Let's be honest. Chuck Schumer isn't tweeting anything. I doubt if Chuck Schumer even knows how to tweet. But Chuck Schumer didn't say this. This is his team. And his team had nothing to say. They could not respond to me. They could have said anything. Mike, you don't understand. Mike, you're mistaken. Mike, you're wrong. Oh no, Mike, that's just that case in Connecticut. That's an outlier. It's a mistake. It's a one-off. They could say anything they want to. They said nothing because they know it wouldn't be true. Because if they responded at all, they knew they would be identified as liars, that the Department of Education has failed. I want Donald Trump to get rid of the Department of Education. I hope that he gets rid of the Department of Education. Now, we already saw this joke, which also is another failure by the Democrats. We did that in the first half of the show. I want to show you here's another example of how the Democrats are failing you. Josh Riley, who I know. I personally know Josh Riley. I have his phone number. I've known Josh before he became a member of Congress. I remember Josh back when he was working with Al Franken, when Al Franken was a senator, before he got disgraced and kicked out of the Senate because of Me Too. I knew Josh back then. So back when he was working as a lobbyist, a law firm in D.C. Josh says, for too long, family farms in small towns all across upstate New York have been sold out to special interests who spend millions lobbying on behalf of big agricultural monopolies. He says he's fighting against that. Here's the thing. As I mentioned to Josh, I asked Josh, remind me, which party in New York State has unilateral control over all of the politics and all of the legislation? The answer is that's the Democrat Party. How many decades has the same party, the Democrat Party in New York, controlled all of the legislation? That would be the Democratic Party, and it would be over 50 years. Over 50 years. It's about 65 years that they've had complete control of every law, every bill, everything that happens in New York. It's the Democratic Party. I go on to say, so who exactly is to blame for having, quote, sold out to special interests in New York State? It would be the Democratic Party, the party in control, the party that makes all the decisions, the party that has the power to sell out the groups. And the answer is, of course, it's his own party. Josh Riley is a Democrat. And I asked him a simple question. Are you willing to denounce your party? It's real simple. And Josh, he knows me personally. He has my phone number. Josh knows how to reach out to me. I've known him for years. And he's now a member of Congress. He just got into Congress. Fantastic for you, Josh. I'm glad you and your family are doing well. Truly, I honestly am. As human beings, I want you to do great. I want your kids to grow up. I want them to do as well as they can. Purely, absolutely honest. That's true. But as a member of Congress, you couldn't answer me. You couldn't give me, you have no response to what I said. That your party is the one who's selling out. If anyone is selling out families and businesses in New York State, it's the Democrats, because they're the only ones with power. And you want me to say, oh, you're going to fix this. You won't even admit where the problem is coming from. It's like Chuck Schumer. The problem is the Department of Education. And his answer is keep it. Keep the Department of Education. Josh is saying the problem is special interests in New York. They're buying into politics. Well, who are the politicians they're buying? Not the Republicans. The Republicans have no power in New York State. The conservatives have no power in New York State. The libertarians were thrown under a bus by New York State. And the Democratic Socialists of America, the Green Party, they don't even exist in New York State. No, it's all Democrats. The Democrats are the only answer in terms of government in New York State. That's it. The only person who can sell out any business, any industry, any person in New York State are the Democrats. And Josh is saying he's going to fix it, but he won't even admit it's his party. This is the problem with politics right now. This is the lack of transparency we have right now. Because the mainstream news media won't say to him what I did. There is no one in the mainstream news media right now that will point to Chuck Schumer and said, Department of Education has failed. You won't see that on MSNBC, ABC, CBS, CNN. They won't say it. They will not say to Chuck Schumer, but the Department of Education has failed our kids. There's no one in New York politics, Spectrum News, ABC, CBS. They're not going to go and point to Josh Riley and say, hey, Josh, by the way, Democrats are in control. They're the ones who failed the small farms and small businesses in New York State. No one's going to say that to him. So he gets to lie to low information voters, voters who can't read, and someone's going to say, Josh is fighting for small businesses and farms, leaving out, by the way, Josh is a Democrat, and Democrats are the ones who caused the problem in the first place. And Josh protects Democrats. Josh, as much as I know him, and Josh and I did have a falling out, so take that with a pound of salt, but Josh is a yes man for the Democratic Party. That's just the truth. And this is how I get to see that he's remained a yes man for the Democratic Party. Because he won't even point to the truth. He won't even tell his constituents the truth. I have no reason to believe him any more than I do with Chuck Schumer. They don't have any interest in fixing the problem. They want to benefit from the problem. They want the donors. That's it. They're worried about donors and getting reelected. They're worried about power. They have no concern about you as a citizen, as a constituent. They don't care. And no one else in the news media will point this out. The mainstream news media will not tell you this, which is why Google and YouTube are trying to maintain control over what people like me and Hard Lens Media, Larry Sharp, Sabby Sab, they're all of the people that are doing political commentary out there, regardless of which party they're in, they're trying to control all of us. They want to control the message. This is why it's so important that you like, you share, you subscribe. Because then we get to reach more people. I'm trying to get to 100 people on a Sunday. I know I can reach. It's not that people aren't interested in what I have to say. 300 people watch us live on Wednesdays at 8 p.m. It's not that people aren't interested. These are topics that we are talking about, that the American people, when they hear about these issues, like during the State of the Union, they are interested. They are invested in these things. It's that there is an agenda. YouTube, Google, Amazon, the Democratic Party, the progressives, they have a vested interest in keeping you dumb and making you obey. By the way, Josh, reach out to me. If you think I've mischaracterized what you've said, if you think I am wrong, if you think that if you have an answer to this, I am more than happy to give you as much time as you want live to speak to the people of New York and to explain how I misunderstand, how I am wrong in what I have said about you and what you said in this statement or any statement. Publicly, I'm telling you, if you think I'm wrong, I will give you as much time as you need. I'm not MSNBC. I don't have a time limit. I don't have commercials. You can, if you need to take 12 hours to explain, I'll give you 12 hours. Not a problem. If you think I am wrong, if I have mischaracterized your performance, not a problem. Come on. I will let you on. But here's the thing. You have to answer the questions. No dancing around, no dodging. You have to answer questions. Like my question I asked you right here. Who's in charge of New York? Who's responsible for the problem? Are you going to call out your own party? Because they are in charge and they're the ones responsible for this. Not Republicans, not conservatives, Democrats. Are you going to call them out? And don't dodge. Don't blame someone else. Give me an answer. You want to have 12 hours? You want to try and embarrass me? You want to say, oh, Mike, you just don't understand. Fantastic. Answer the question, and I'll let you. You can take 10 hours if you want to answer the question. Answer the entire question. And this is why Josh doesn't speak to me anymore. Because I want an answer. And the second I demanded, Josh, yeah, I know you, but you've got to answer the question. He said, I don't want to talk. I'm not going to do any interviews anymore. He used to do interviews with me. He stopped. Why? You've got to answer the question. He didn't want to answer the questions anymore. Same thing with Chuck Schumer. I'd offer the same thing to Chuck Schumer as well. And by the way, speaking about people who don't want to tell you the truth, who don't want to fill you in with the details, do you remember, I'm going to get to your comment in 1 second, Dow. Do you remember that back on, at the end of February, I think it was February 27th, I did a video and I brought it up to you and I said to everyone, guess what? On the 28th, on Friday, there is going to be a total economic blackout that Democrats and progressives want you to put every small business out of business. That they did not want you to go to, do not buy anything. Don't go to a bar. Don't get a haircut. Don't go to a restaurant. Don't tip the waitress. Don't buy anything at all. Because they wanted to make a statement about how powerful Democrats were, how powerful progressives were. This was a protest to prove their power base, to show how many people were paying attention to them, how much impact, political impact they still had under the Trump administration. With Trump in place, with Trump shrinking the size of government and cutting out waste and corruption, do they still have power? Because this wasn't going to help you by you not buying anything on February 28th. That wasn't going to change the price of anything. It wasn't going to make you have more money in your pocket. It wasn't going to help you at all. This was all about politics. This was all about progressives showing that they had power still. And that was my argument about it. I thought it was embarrassing and stupid. My personal experience was that people went about their day. Friday the 28th, people were buying, they were in every single store. You know, they were over at the pizza shop. They were still getting pizza. People were still going to the grocery store. They were still paying to get onto the train or the bus. They were paying for Ubers to drop off food. They went out at night to the nightclub because it's a Friday. They went to the bar. No one changed their lifestyle. No one stopped buying stuff. But I was interested because after the 28th, last weekend, there were zero news stories about what the impact was. Nobody in the mainstream news media had anything to say. They said, oh, there was going to be this total economic blackout. People weren't going to buy from Amazon or any small business, mom and pop. They weren't going to get things with Uber. It was just going to get all shut down. Al Sharpton was jumping up and down saying, I'm the black voice of America, and I'm telling you not to buy anything or you ain't black. You can't buy anything on February 28th or you ain't black. That was Al Sharpton. Yeah, and what was the result? No one had anything to say last week. Finally, on March 4th, there was a response. And by the way, I didn't see this from anyone else. The New York Times, CNN, MSNBC, ABC. You look at the mainstream news media, I did not see anyone besides USA Today that had any numbers, that had any suggestion about whether this was successful or not. Mind you, the guy, the convicted sex offender who put this together, and it's always the same, I don't know what it is about progressives, but all of their protests always filled with sex offenders. I don't know why. It just seems to be that whenever progressives have a protest, those protests always are filled and always seem to be led by sex offenders every single time. I don't understand it. I'm not saying that it's a causation. It seems to be a correlation. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. It just happens to be that every time that the progressives put together a protest, there's always a bunch of sex offenders that are involved in that entirety at the leadership level. And here it is. The total economic blackout, yeah, that's run by a sex offender. I showed it to you last week. The guy who put it together, he's a sex offender. Just seems to be something that goes with progressives. I don't know why, just is. But anyway, what were the numbers? Did this have an impact? I wish I could have more data for you on this, but going over this article from USA Today, the answer is no, had no real impact. Depending on which source you looked at and depending on which company, one of the things that they found that over the 24-hour period, Amazon had higher sales than they had previously. 1%, which is meaningless. It's negligible. It's not a data point. It doesn't mean that it was more successful or not successful, but according to Amazon, they had 1% higher sales during the total economic blackout. Well, I guess Al Sharpton really did a great job for Amazon. Now, depending on what you're looking at. Now, they said, oh, well, we're going after different companies like Target and Amazon. Yeah, but you said it was a total blackout, which meant it was going after the mom and pop bodega downstairs. It was going after the hair cutter. It was going after the pizza shop, the grocery store. It was going after all of those mom and pop businesses just as much as it was anything else. That's why the word was total economic blackout. It wasn't big business. It wasn't corporate business. It was total economic blackout, which means you are hurting small businesses across America. But, they think they're doing fantastic, and they're going to do more of these. They're going to do more of these economic protests. They didn't work. It didn't work because no one cares. All they were doing is testing purity. Are you a good progressive? Are you sure? Did you buy anything? Because if you bought something, you're not black and you're not a progressive. You can't buy things when you're told not to do so. Al Sharpton said, don't buy anything. You're black, right? You have to listen to Al Sharpton. Al Sharpton is the unelected leader and voice of all black people in America. Didn't you know? He's on, what is it, CNN? MSNBC? He's got a show. And we tell him all the time, he's the black leader, he's the black voice of America. You have to obey. No, thank you. No, I don't think I will. And no, this wasn't effective. It was exactly what it was supposed to be. This told the progressives that they have a very, very small base of people who will obey anything that they are told to do. Members of the progressive leaders of tomorrow, members of the Working Families Party, members of BLM and Antifa. Yeah, they might obey, and they are nothing. They are a fraction of the population of the United States. The overwhelming majority of people said, we don't care. They said, no, we're going to live our life because we don't care about your politics. Your politics don't get to run my life. If I want to go to the store, I'm going to go buy something in the store. You're not paying the bill. But let me go back to the comments, because I didn't forget your comments, folks. I did not forget your comments. And I wanted to go over that. So let me see here. Dow says, the political structure has incentivized emotional reactionism to be indoctrinated into the populace. Yes, emotional reactions. Democratic politics is all about, Democrat and progressive politics is all about the emotion. It has nothing to do with the logic. It has nothing to do with the facts at hand. It's how do you feel. It's always about your feeling. Hey, excuse me, John has joined us. John says, Mike, Canada just announced a new prime minister. Oh, did they? Hello. Mark Carney is going to be the new prime minister. Justin Trudeau is out. We knew that was going to happen. That was a given. Justin Trudeau took on Donald Trump, and within the last 45 days, he beat his head against the wall, and the Canadian people said, you suck, get out, essentially. I'm obviously, this is not a direct quote, but they're going to go with Mark Carney, which means there is going to be a massive change. Now, this is after. You got to think, the Canadian people put up with Justin Trudeau. He locked up their own people. He stole their bank accounts. Remember that? Yes, the truckers. He stole their bank accounts. He locked up his own people. He decided to control. There is no free speech. He decided to control the way people speak and what words they can and cannot use. And Canadians put up with all of that. And then he took on Trump. And now he's out. Gone. Replaced by Mark Carney. Thank you, John, for making me aware of that. Mm-hmm. Hey, by the way, folks, this is what a 14-year-old puppy looks like. Say hi. He says hi. No, look in the camera. Not me. Look in the camera. Look in the camera and say hi to everyone. No, that's the screen. Look that way. That way. That way. There, he's looking at you guys. He doesn't care. Okay. All right. We'll go soon. He's saying that we want to go out. Okay. Let me go back to some of the comments here. He won with, let's see, Mark Carney won without being elected. He just won the leadership race. So the Canadians don't believe in, they tell you, oh, they believe in democracy. The Canadian people didn't vote for him. So much for democracy. That sounds like a progressive government. Did we vote for him? No. It's like Kamala Harris. Democrats didn't vote for Kamala Harris, but they got Kamala Harris anyway. The Canadian people didn't vote for Mark Carney, but they got him anyway. Dell says, helps to keep the helps to keep politics from Trump. Oh, we got a super chat from John, by the way. Thank you, John, for the super chat. I know I've been bad about mentioning super chats. I apologize. I still get used to it. And I appreciate, oh my God, I appreciate so much when you guys do things like super chats, whether it's on Rumble, a Rumble rant, or whether it's on YouTube with a super chat. I really appreciate this so much. You guys don't understand. It helps me pay my dog food. It helps keep the lights on. It's really important. And John, in his super chat, $5, thank you for the $5, says that, what are the thoughts on Canada will keep changing prime ministers rapidly? I don't know that they're going to keep changing them, but I think the policies are going to change dramatically. We know that Justin Trudeau was a great fan of Chairman Mao of the Chinese Communist Party, that he loved their way of doing things. He loved communism. He was a socialist. And we know that he was more than willing to oppress his own people. We saw that with the truckers in the lockdown protests that happened in Canada. So we know he's willing to oppress his own people. He's willing to follow the lead of communism. We know that he had no problem. He didn't care about embarrassing people or cultural appropriation. Remember, he's more than happy. How many times was Justin Trudeau running around in blackface? So he's not sensitive. He wants to make people think he's a sensitive guy. He's not. That's why he was running around in blackface multiple times throughout his life. And he didn't care about what happened to his people. He incarcerated many of the people who were protesting. He took their bank accounts, which was illegal. The Canadian Supreme Court said directly, Justin Trudeau does not have the power to take people's bank accounts, to take their money, to freeze their accounts, or to take those accounts. And there are still, to this day, Canadians that have never gotten their money back. That the Canadian government took their money, closed their accounts, and they've never been paid back, even though it is absolutely illegal. And the Canadian Supreme Court proved it is absolutely 1000% illegal. So do I think they'll go through different prime ministers? No, they'll go through different policies. Justin Trudeau would not close the border and would not protect the United States from illegal aliens and terrorists going through Canada, through the northern, especially the northwest of America, and entering through the woods from Canada into America, because there is no fence. There is no border. You literally, and this is not new news, you can walk from America or from Canada, you can cross through the northwest of America into Canada or vice versa, because there's nothing but trees there. There's nothing there. There's every so often you'll find a mile marker that says on one side it will say America, on the other side it will say Canada, and there's nothing but trees for miles upon miles upon miles. I mean, tens of miles, nothing but trees. So it is important to America that Canada controls the number of illegal immigrants coming into their nation that are going into the United States. Because they easily, whenever we close the border down south, we have a sudden rush of illegal aliens, and in particular, known and suspected terrorists that come into America through Canada. That's generally what happens. So Justin Trudeau didn't care. He didn't care how many terrorists come into America, because he believes in communism. He believes in socialism. Those are his policies. He believes in oppressing his own people. He wants to get into a trade battle with the United States. And by the way, no matter what you may think about Donald Trump, no matter what you think about whether it's a good or bad thing for America to put tariffs on Canada, it hurts Canada more than it hurts America. And by the way, Canada already has tariffs and has long had, for decades, they have had tariffs on American things. Try and sell milk in Canada. It's a 270% tariff to sell American milk in Canada. And it's not the only thing. There are always been tariffs for American products in Canada. But here's the thing. Canada needs the American goods. They can't make the stuff we make. They can't make it in the quantity or the quality that America does. They just can't. So they still buy our stuff. Tariffs on Canada, even if Canada says, oh, well, you charge us 20%, we'll add 25% more onto everything going into America. It's going to hurt Canada. We don't need almost anything that Canada has, we don't need. We can do it ourselves, and we do it better. Canada needs everything that America's selling to them. They can't make it themselves. They can't do it themselves. They need what we have. So they had to get rid of Trudeau. They had to. Economically, he was going to destroy their country, which he didn't care about because he's a socialist. So he doesn't care if he destroys the economy. He doesn't care if people are poor. He never cared. He doesn't care about his own people. Trudeau has never cared about the Canadian people. He cares about power. He cares about being in control. And now he doesn't have it anymore. His political career is gone. So I think this new guy is going to go through and he's going to change policies a lot. And I think you'll see that he'll lock down Canada and he'll try and he's going to meet with Trump as soon as possible. He's going to give assurances to Donald Trump and the American people that Canada is still our ally, that they're going to protect America by protecting our northern border, by keeping out terrorists, that they're going to work with America because trade is important to them. And they believe in freedom. And we're going to see that some of the things like the word police that Canada does in fact have, you're going to see that some of these laws are going to change. The very thing that made Jordan Peterson famous is that Canada has word police. You can't say certain words. You're going to see that change. This new prime minister, I think, if he's smart, he's going to get rid of that. That's what I think. John goes on with, oh my God, John did another super chat. He did a $10 super chat. I love this. Thank you, John. You're great. Thank you. A $10 super chat. And John says, always love the show. Keep up the amazing stream. About time a real conservative voice speaks out. Well, thank you. Thank you so much for the super chat. And thank you for making me aware that there's a change in Canada right now. Very important. I really appreciate it. And most of all, thank you for the super chats. You know, I know I didn't speak up enough when Peace Logic was on Rumble and did a Rumble rant. And I didn't see it right away. Rumble's a different system. I don't see it that way. So I didn't realize he had done a super chat to me, which was called the Rumble rant. But I do see it on YouTube very easily. So I want to make sure I also, again, give another shout out to Peace Logic for his super chat on Rumble that he had done about 2 weeks ago. But again, to you, John, thank you so much. I appreciate those super chats. I'm not used to getting them. I'm just not used to it. But thank you for that. Okay. So I talked a little bit about Chuck Schumer. We talked about Josh Riley. We talked about the economic blackout. Well, we're talking about students. We're talking about visas. We're talking about people getting kicked out of America. I think this is important to also mention. And let me show you what I mean. We are seeing that the Trump administration has looked at things like, and I've mentioned it before, the protests over at Harvard, at Cornell University, at UCLA, at Barnard College. We've seen that there have been many pro-Hamas protests that are anti-Semitic, very anti-Semitic, unapologetically anti-Semitic, that are very much in favor of Hamas, a terrorist organization, an organization that has as its doctrine and as its policy genocide. That's supported in these colleges. But Trump doesn't support that. He does support free speech for American citizens, but support of terror, not so much. And so we heard that the United States, the State Department, under Marco Rubio, under the Trump administration, was planning to review all of the protesters, all those kids, even though they're wearing the kippahs and they're trying to hide their face, they're hiding their identity, because like in Colombia, remember in 2024, the Colombia protesters that were trying to, in May of 2024, during the college graduation, they were taking over Columbia College and they were setting up tents so that they could protest, which is illegal. Absolutely illegal. It's against the rules of the college. It's against the rules in New York State. So they illegally were trying to camp in the college. And we found out that 30% of those protesters, of the people trying to set up camps in Colombia, they weren't students. They're professional protesters. They go from college to college, town to town, and they protest. That's their job. That's what they get paid to do. And 30% of the protesters in Colombia were those paid protesters. What a surprise. And so the Trump administration said, hey, let's use some AI. We know that there are professional paid agitators that go from college to college that promote terrorism. They support terrorism. They're not students. They're breaking the law. How about we find out who they are? And if they happen to be American citizens, they have a right. You may not have a right as a paid protester and not a student of, say, Columbia or Cornell University. You're not a student there. You don't have the right to necessarily be on that campus. That's a different issue, but you are an American. So you do have the right to protest. You do have the right to have your voice being heard, as long as it's peaceful, as long as you're not breaking the law, which camping out on the campus grounds is a violation of law. That's a separate thing. Okay, so Trump's not going after them. Trump and the State Department said, but wait a minute. There are people who got a visa, a student visa, a special permission to come into America to learn in our colleges, because our colleges are some of the best in the world when they're doing their job. When they actually teach instead of preach. When colleges are actually teaching, then we have some of the best colleges in the world. When they're preaching, well, they're absolutely useless and they're indoctrination centers. But when they're teaching, they are great. And so we give student visas. We give kids from around the world the right, usually almost always, almost entirely rich kids. Let's get this right. These are kids who can afford double tuitions. They can afford having private houses from around the world. Their parents send them to America to live out their little teenage fantasies and to have all the money. It's like a joke. And most people have seen it before. I had it when I went to college. When I went to college at Rutgers, which is a miserable school, public school of New Jersey, state school of New Jersey. Rutgers sucks. Don't go there. But we had foreign students there. Had this one kid, a real prick, engineering student. And his mom was paying for everything. He's from Spain. Actually a Spaniard. And he's a total prick. I'm working. I was working through college. I had a job. And he's like, oh, screw you guys. And he's tossing around money. He's like, it doesn't matter. I'm like, dude, I'm working every day. I work and go to the school. And you're pissing around because, your mommy didn't send you a big enough check this month. Get out, kiss my ass, go away. He really pissed me off one day. But anyway, so these students have special visas, special permission to come to America to learn. And instead of trying to learn, they're trying to indoctrinate people into terrorism. They're supporting Hamas. Trump said, we don't need this. We have enough problems with terrorists with open borders in California and in New York and in Chicago and in Boston. We already have enough of a problem. We don't need these elitists to come over and to make an even bigger problem trying to push socialism and terrorism in our schools. No. What happened at Barnard, you put the straw that broke the camel's back. You went too far. You're not Americans. This isn't free speech. This is indoctrination. It's intimidation. It's anti-Semitic. No. And we started revoking visas, which I'm happy about. And if there's someone in the audience who's watching and says, but Mike, but that's not fair. Really? How is it not fair? They're coming from a foreign country to America to destroy our stability in our nation, to create a conflict between people based on race and religion. They're protesting, destroying our property, our schools, our businesses, our land, breaking our laws. How is it wrong to say you have lost the privilege to be here? Get out. And that's what the Trump administration has done. And in fact, ICE just arrested a Palestinian activist who helped to lead the Columbia University protests. Notice, they didn't say student. This is a Hamas activist at Columbia University, and he's being deported. Now, according to the article, to be clear, federal immigration authorities arrested a Palestinian graduate student, so he is a student, and he has a visa. So he is a Palestinian graduate student who played a prominent role in last spring's anti-Israel, anti-Semitic protests at Columbia University, 2024. That was May, June of 2024. Mahmoud Khalil was inside his university-owned residence Saturday night near Columbia's Manhattan campus. Several immigration, customs, and enforcement agents entered the building, took him into custody. According to his attorney, he is being deported. And I say, good riddance. Goodbye, good riddance. You broke the terms of your privilege. We extended a privilege to you to come to America because we didn't have to. We didn't invite you. You asked. We said, okay, come and learn. Go back to your country and improve your country. Instead, he said, let me come to America. Let me bring my politics here. Let me try and intimidate other students. Let me break the law. Get out of my country. I am not sad to see Mahmoud Khalil leave, and I hope the plane that takes him back to his country is filled with more people who did the same thing. I would love to see them being deported. They are as bad, if not worse than, the people who illegally enter through the southern border. If anyone disagrees with me, I'm happy to hear why. This guy was promoting Hamas. He was promoting terror. He was promoting anti-Semitism in an institution of higher learning. He was shutting down people's voices, and he was doing so in America, a nation where the First Amendment is the law of the land. And he was trying to intimidate people, to silence people, and to promote terrorism around the world. Get out of my country. He cannot be deported fast enough. I am happy that ICE is getting rid of him. Columbia University didn't have the balls to expel this guy. He broke their school regulations. He broke the law of New York State. He should have been kicked out of this country months ago. But Columbia University has no balls. And, of course, New York State, well, going back to what we said with Josh Riley and with Chuck Schumer, Democrats are in control. And Democrats don't care about you. They don't care if someone breaks the law, if someone breaks the property in the United States. They don't care. They just want power. They don't care where it comes from. They want donations. They don't care where it comes from. They want to get reelected. They don't care where it comes from. And so that's why this guy, Mahmoud Khalil, that's why he's still in America. Even though he broke the laws, even though he broke the rules of the school, even though he intimidated and threatened American citizens who happened to be Jewish, he threatened them. And he got to stay under the Biden-Harris administration, under the Democrat control of New York State. Thank God he's now kicked out. And I hope he's not the only one. I hope the plane gets filled with other student protesters like the ones at Barnard College this week who took over the building, threatened Jewish students, tried to promote Hamas and terrorism and intimidation and anti-Semitism. I hope the entire plane is filled with all of those students, revoke all of their visas. If they are not students and they are here in the United States on a work visa, cancel the work visa. If they are illegal aliens, deport their asses. They don't need to be here. We don't need these people. We do not need them. We have plenty of people who will take their place. We do not need that in our nation. If anyone disagrees with me, happy to hear your voice. Speaking of dumbasses in America, talking about people who are hateful, who are trying to destroy, who are only concerned about their ability to maintain political power, let's talk about Congressman Al Green out of Texas. This week, during the Congressional Address or State of the Union 2025, you may have seen both. It, in fact, and by the way, just to explain this, the first time a president speaks to the nation, goes to Congress and speaks to the nation, the first time that they do so, that is called a congressional address. A State of the Union is any time after that first conversation with Congress. So in the second year, third year, fourth year, when the president comes back, that is then a State of the Union to update on the plans and policies and impact that president and their policies have had on the United States. So the first one is an address to Congress to introduce the ideas and concepts that they're going to try and push for their term. And then everything else is what is the result of those policies and any adjustments in the policies as they go. So that's why it's called a congressional address the first year, and that's what just happened. And every year after, it's called a State of the Union. But many people just call it a State of the Union every time that a president talks to Congress and to the American people. So that's why you sometimes see SOTU, SOTU 2025. Why? That's just short for State of the Union 2025, which is just the common way of speaking about it. Just because some people don't know. So I just want to clarify that. I've been asked that before. John says, this guy looks like Zelensky. Kinda, with more hair. If Zelensky had more of a beard and more hair, yeah, it would be this guy. So Congressman Al Green got kicked out. I think most people have seen the clips of this already. Most people have been made aware of this. I was watching it live. I was watching it live with my friend Larry Sharp. And he deserved it. And some people are saying, but wait a minute, weren't there Republicans who spoke out during the State of the Union against Biden and they didn't get kicked out? Why does this guy get kicked out? And according to Al Green, it's because he's black. And he says it here. Texas Representative Al Green plays the race card while complaining about being censured. He's saying, well, the reason why he got kicked out and the reason why he got censured by 10 Democrats is because he's black. This is stupid. This is the excuse. This is when he's run out of excuses. He has nothing else to say. See, he did this as a gimmick. And I said this in the chat when Larry Sharp was talking. And Larry Sharp, I believe at the time, also agreed with me. And I think almost every political analyst I know, every political commentator that I know, all agree. Al Green was doing this so that he could raise money for his reelection campaign. He was raising money for Democrats because Orange Man bad, and he was going to stand up and scream as long as he could, Orange Man bad. Now, the disruption was bad enough, given. And you could say that's the same thing that Republicans did, and Republicans got denounced. And I said at the time, in the other State of the Unions, when Republicans screamed out, I said, we're not like, Korea. We're not like Southeast Asia. You don't do that in America. You don't scream at the president during the State of the Union. I don't care whether you think he's wrong or right. I said that's wrong for Republicans to do. It's wrong for Democrats to do. Nobody should be doing that. I've said that before. I stand by it. I don't care if it's a Republican or a Democrat. Even when I think they're right about the complaint that they are making, you don't do that. Decorum says you don't do that then. You can go out in the hallway, which is filled with every news media organization in the nation. They're all there. You can walk right into the hallway and say, the president is lying. I think he's wrong. This is horrible. It's going to destroy America. And you will be picked up by 50,000 different news agencies around the world. So it's not like you're not going to be heard. Every news media organization is there waiting for you to say that. So he didn't need to make this statement, just like the others didn't. And he was wrong. And he should have been called out and told to sit down, like he was. Speaker Mike Johnson and Vice President J.D. Vance both said, shut up, sit down. That's it. Shut up, sit down. And he should have. If he had shut up and sat down at that moment, he would have made his point. He'd be able to run his commercials and get his money. All the Democrats and progressives that are orange man bad, they would have loved him, and the speech would have gone on. No one would care, and no one would be talking about him right now. No one would care. No one would talk about it. Just like we don't talk about the Republicans who spoke up about against Biden, one of them being MTG. Marjorie Taylor Greene was one of them. No one cared. No one talks about that moment. It happened, and you move on. He'll get a couple of commercials for his re-election campaign. He'll get some donations from a bunch of progressives that'll go, ooh, you really showed Trump. Oh, yeah. Ooh, get those Republicans. Get that MAGA. And he'll make some money, and no one will care. But instead, he thought he could grandstand. He thought that he was entitled to be heard. Not the president. Not the president, and this president is speaking to the American people. He wanted it to be about him because he was entitled. He was wrong. So he was kicked out, which is an embarrassment. And 80% of the people, that's Democrats, that's independents, conservatives, libertarians, Republicans, 80% of the people watching the State of the Union all agree. According to a CNN, that's left-leaning news media, according to their polling, which is skewed to the left, 80% said Al Green was wrong. And he should have been kicked out. He earned it. And he should be disgraced because he earned it. And that's the difference between him and the Republicans. When the Republicans made their outburst, they were told to shut up, and they did. They broke decorum. They made their little statement, and then they shut up because they were going to get kicked out. And they would have earned it, and they would have deserved it, and they would deserve any attack from the left or the right saying that they were wrong. And the American people would have been justified in saying they were wrong if they continued, but they didn't. They shut up. And throughout the rest of the entire speech by Joe Biden, you heard nothing else. They made their outburst and then they were silent. They didn't speak again because they were wrong. I don't care how much you dislike the person giving the speech. I don't care how much you dislike what they have said. That's what the news media is for, which is in the next hallway. You walk 50 feet and you can tell CNN and MSNBC and the New York Times, Orange Man bad, and they will put it in headlines all day instantly. Al Green said Orange Man bad. Walk 50 feet and get that done. So you can't even say, oh, I can't be heard. You're a congressman, and there's an entire hallway filled with nothing but news personalities that are waiting for you to say Orange Man bad. So he's full of shit if he's saying that he can't be heard. So he got kicked out like he deserved. And as a consequence, just like with the Republicans, he was censured. He was put up for a vote, and even 10 Democrats agreed he crossed the line. He went too far. He didn't just speak out, which if that was all he did, no, they wouldn't have censured him. They would have taken the vote, he would have won the vote, and everyone would move on. They would say, you are out of line, you went too far, let's move on. No one would have cared. And he would not be censured. Instead, he fought. Instead, he thought he was the big dog in the room. Instead, he thought his political ideology had to be shoved down the throat of American citizens, and he is wrong. And he thought he would get away with it because he's black. And now he's saying, well, they only did it because of discrimination. Here it is. The article. Democratic Texas Representative Al Green suggested on Friday that the House of Representatives censuring him for disrupting President Donald Trump's congressional address was rooted in racial discrimination. Excuse me. Is there video of you standing up and screaming at the president? Yes. Is there video of the Speaker of the House and the Vice President of the United States telling you to shut up and sit down? Yes. Did you refuse? Yes. Were you then kicked out? Yes. That's not racial. That's everything. He did it to himself, by himself. This has nothing to do with the color of his skin. No one said, you're black, get out of here. There's an Asian right behind him. No one said, get out of here. I think that's Congressman Lou out of California. No one told Lou to get out. There's another black Democrat sitting right next to Lou, right behind Al Green. No one told him to get out. No one told any of, Maxine Waters. No one told Maxine Waters to leave. There's a bunch of Jasmine Crockett, the little firecracker black girl who wants to be as ghetto as possible in Congress. No one told her to get out. She's using the N-word all over the place. She's cursing and screaming. She's cursing and cussing up a storm and screaming. No one told her to get out. It wasn't because you're black, Al Green. And that's a horrible, useless, race-baiting trick. He's going to try and use that to try and convince somebody, I don't know who, to think, white people versus black people. Well, it's got to be racism. No, it's not. This has got nothing to do with racism. That is such a lie. That is such a cop-out. It is so cheap. You know what? I'd have more respect for Al Green if he said, you know what? I'm a progressive. I hate Republicans. I hate Donald Trump. I have TDS. I would have more respect for him because then at least he's being honest. But he's not. This wasn't about standing up for America. This wasn't about trying to protect the American people or his constituents. This was about him raising money, and he thought he would get more money by standing up and defying the president. He's wrong. He thought he would get more public support by standing up and getting kicked out. He's wrong. And when he got proven wrong, to make sure that he could turn it back in his favor, he went to the one thing that Democrats always turn to. It's the race card. Well, it had to be because I'm black. No one else has ever been kicked out. It wasn't because they're white. It's because they shut up. Does anyone disagree with me? Does anyone think that this was because Al Green is black? Because I want to hear that argument. I know there are Democrats that watch this program because they're hate watching it. They hate watch me. That's fine. You know, I can't say that I don't hate watch some progressive political commentary myself. I get it. And you want to hear what the other side is arguing about, what they're talking about, and you want to get a different point of view. Fantastic. And I recommend listen to the other side. Understand what their arguments are. And I understand the argument from Al Green. He wants money. He wants power and he wants money. And when he has nothing else, he has nothing to point to justify why he should get the money or why he should have the power. So the answer is race. Because he can always say, I'm black. So it must be racist. Everything's racist. I'm black. So isn't America's racist because I'm black? That's what Al Green says. And that's what he's saying right here. And he wants to convince you, the American people, that he's the good guy because he's black, and Trump and Mike Johnson and J.D. Vance are the bad guys because they're white. That isn't how it works. Maybe it works like that in some other country, but in America, that's not how it works. He's the bad guy because he did the bad thing. And he was duly corrected. He had the option to shut up and sit down. That's all he had to do. He chose not to. This is the consequence of him not sitting down, not shutting up. He made his point. He was done. He could have sat down, raked in all the money. Now he has a censure. Now he's known as a race-baiting liar. If anyone disagrees with me, I'm happy to hear your voice. I'm happy to hear why. And by the way, when I say that 80%, this is from CNN, so I want you to see, here is the actual CNN poll. And it's going to be in the link after the show. The link I will have the links, and you'll be able to see the entire report. It is SSR Redefining Research. This is their research. This is their report. This is coming from CNN itself. I'll show it to you right here. So this is CNN. This is their overview. This was a survey conducted on March 4th, the same day that Al Green got censured, by Congress. There was a sample of 431 respondents who watched the presidential speech. There's a plus minus 5.3% variance in the polling, with a 95% confidence level. For those who get into statistics, I know it's math. There aren't a lot of people who are into statistics, but these are the statistics. And there's more of a breakdown on that. You can see it for yourself, and you can go through whether you like the poll or dislike the poll, doesn't matter. But at the very end, the very last question, and by the way, the CNN poll also supports the same thing that every other poll has been supporting so far, is that Trump did very, very, very well. The American public supported Donald Trump in this State of the Union, in this congressional address. But the very last question is here. Question 110. A Democratic member of Congress interrupted President Trump's, and I love how they say Trump. It should be saying President Trump. No, he has an elected office. President Trump's speech tonight and was ejected. Do you think this member's actions were, and the choices were appropriate or inappropriate? They won't even say, was he wrong? Because that's what they should be asking. Was he wrong or was he right? They won't say that because they know what the answer would be. He's 100% wrong. There was no justification for what he did. So to say, was he wrong in standing up, interrupting the speech, and refusing to sit down, refusing to be quiet, and being ejected? Was he wrong? Yes, 100% he is absolutely wrong, which is why CNN didn't ask that question, because the answer would be 100% he is in the wrong. There is nothing right about what he did. Doesn't matter what your ideology is. He was wrong. So rather than ask that question, they asked the question, do you think his actions were appropriate? Well, appropriate means, is it okay for the setting itself? Is it okay to have a political outburst at a political speech? And 20% said yes. When the president is speaking to the entire nation and the world, giving an outline of what he wants to do, why he thinks it will help improve America, is it appropriate to stand up in that moment and say, I don't like you? Is that the appropriate time and place to say, I don't like you? I don't like your ideas? No, it's not. It's absolutely not. Yes, I believe in free speech. I also believe in decorum. There is a way to be able to have a discussion, to have a debate, to be passionate. And again, it's not like as a sitting member of Congress, he couldn't walk 50 feet into the hallway and have 100 reporters quote him. which is exactly what happened. He got kicked out, and 100 reporters ran on over and quoted him on everything he had to say immediately as he got kicked out. So he had no fear of, they're silencing my voice. No, they weren't. They were magnifying your voice. You got more attention in that moment than he did in the last 2 years. Let's be honest. Most Americans don't know who Al Green is. They look at his photo, and most people, I mean, it's really mean, but you know what? You know what I hear mostly about Al Green? He looks like the guy from the caveman commercials. From the Geico caveman commercials, that's what I hear about him. That has been the single thing I've seen the most on social media in reference to Al Green. Not that he's a good member of Congress, a bad member of Congress. They're not talking about any policies that he's tried to push through. His success rate, nothing. They say he looks like the guy on the caveman Geico. He looks like one of the Geico cavemen from the commercial. He shot himself in the foot. Of course, there's also John who says he looks a little bit like Zelensky. Okay. So I just wanted to make sure, people understood that no, this guy was wrong. 1,000% wrong, and it had nothing to do with race. I think I've made that as clear as I can. And 80% agree. 80%, according to CNN. Libs at TikTok pointed out something recently, also on March 4th, same day that Al Green decided to say, it's racism. It's racism. I got punished for breaking decorum, for being an ass. I got punished for being an ass. And you know what? It's his fault. It's his fault because I'm black. Okay. You got to look at this and you see Chuck Schumer, Elizabeth Warren, Cory Booker, word for word, said the same thing. Nothing different. They had no original ideas. Each and every one of them is reading from a script. And you can see they're reading from the script. They don't know what they're talking about. They have no idea what they're saying. It doesn't matter. Here's your script. Say this. And that's what they're doing. This has nothing to do with whether or not Trump is doing anything good or bad. This is before the speech. They're just trying to find a way to say Orange Man bad. And they're hoping and praying that they will be able to raise more money and get more power going forward. That's it. There are a bunch of monkeys at this point. That's the Democratic Party. That's why Al Green decided he's going to say, I'm black. This is about racism. No, it's not. We're almost done, folks. Trump says the Ukraine is willing to negotiate. Russia is ready for peace. We'll see. Zelensky, I am surprised, is still in office. I still expect him to get kicked out. And I expect that the Ukraine is going to come running to America and sign the mineral deal, which Zelensky has already said he was willing to do. He's already said that he's sorry. He suddenly realized that without America, it doesn't matter what Europe promises, they're not going to do anything. Unless the United States is there, they're not going to do anything. And Europe is all about, well, we're going to build up an army and we're going to build up nuclear weapons and we're going to be independent. Yeah, see you in 3 to 5 years. In 3 to 5 years, maybe. That ain't happening tomorrow. You're not taken care of in the next 3 to 5 years. Yeah, maybe you get there. Maybe. But the fact is, that doesn't help the Ukraine today. It doesn't make the Ukraine safe. It doesn't stop Russia. No one cares. The world does not care. Last thing I want to deal with today, guys, and please, if you found any of this interesting, if you found it educational, entertaining, whatever you may have thought of it, please like, share, subscribe. It's the only way we break through. And I know we can get to over 100. I know we can get to 300 people watching this live every week, just like we get 300 people watching live in the middle of the week on Hump Day at 8 p.m. I know. This is the only reason why we don't do that every week in every single live stream that we do, if not more, is because of YouTube and Google. It's because they're suppressing our voice. Because they don't want you to have these conversations. Again, whether you agree with me or not, I'm asking you to come to your own decision. I'm showing you the evidence, I'm showing you the sources, and I'm asking you to make your mind up. And I love the conversations that we get to have online about this, whether you agree or disagree. We can only do this because, well, it helps with the super chats. Thank you again, John. Thank you again, Peace Logic. But we can only get these things done with your support. That's it. Without your support, none of this is possible. And we've been doing it 8 years now. You guys make the difference. So let me go on. Final thing I wanted to talk about is South Carolina. So it's the first time in 15 years a guy who is an admitted murderer. He killed the parents of his ex-girlfriend. He wanted to kill his girlfriend. So he was looking to kill a bunch of people because he's a psycho. I mean, I think that's the professional diagnosis. He's a psycho. He killed her parents. Here it is. Simon Sigmund. This is the guy's name is Brad Sigmund, 67. Killed his ex-girlfriend's parents with a baseball bat. Pretty violent. In their home in 2001. And then he was going to kidnap their daughter, his ex-girlfriend. And he planned to take her for a romantic weekend. This is how sick he is. He just killed her parents with a baseball bat, and he thinks he's going to take her, kidnap her, onto a weekend getaway, and he calls that romantic. This guy's like a Democrat. I tell you, he's a progressive all the way. Then after the romantic, quote, romantic weekend, reminiscing about her parents that just died with his Louisville Slugger in their heads, he was then going to kill her and himself. The guy's a psycho. I think that's the proper diagnosis for him. He is a psycho. He is a monster. And the world is better without him than with him in it. That's my personal feeling. You may disagree. You might go, no, Mike. No, he's not that bad a guy. Could be worse. I don't know how he could be worse. I don't know what would make him worse. I don't want to see worse. He's a monster. I think that's pretty straightforward. And there are people, mostly on the left, mostly, not entirely, that are like, oh, no, but we can't kill him. We can't kill him. Why not? Well, he was repenting. I think there was in the article, they mentioned that he was repenting, that people in the prison were saying, well, he was remorseful. He should be. He killed 2 people with a baseball bat in their home. He was planning to kidnap and kill their kid, his ex-girlfriend. He's a monster. And the fact that he was having mental issues, that doesn't excuse what he did. He's still a monster. He still monstrously killed human beings and planned to kill more human beings. He's a monster. To say, well, he's mentally ill. Yeah, I kind of figured that out when he pulled out the Louisville Slugger and killed people. Yeah, that's not a normal mental thing. People in their normal mental state don't do that. Mass murderers are insane. So to say, oh, but he was having a mental episode. Of course he was. That's pretty obvious. No one's doubting that. No one is disputing that he is not mentally balanced. No one's disputing that. He still dies. But people are saying, no, we can't do that. So the sad thing in this article is kind of saying how sad it was. See, he didn't want to die by electric chair because he said, I'm going to be fried alive, which I'm not against because he's an evil monster. So, electric chair, I can live with that. And he's like, and I didn't want to get injections, the death by injection, because essentially that just floods your lungs and you drown to death. That's what that does. So when you get people, they get lethal injection, yeah, they die from drowning. They drown in their own blood and mucus. So he didn't want to die that way, which, again, I'm okay with. I was okay with him dying either way. So he said, no, let's do this. Let's get 5 people together. 3 of them will have bullets. They'll aim. I'll have a target on my chest. They'll aim, shoot, and kill me. Firing squad. Bang. Done. So they did. I have no problem with that. He was a monster. He deserved to die. He is a monster who not only was he caught, he admitted that he did it. He admitted that he is a monster, that he is evil and vile. Death penalty, absolutely, no problem. I have no problem with the death penalty. It is hard to sentence someone to death. We have to be as sure as possible. But we've got a guy here. We know he did it. He admits he did it. We have the evidence that he did it. There is no question in anyone's mind that he is innocent in any way or shape. To tell me that, well, yeah, but he was having a mental episode, that's not an excuse. That's a justification. That doesn't work. He knew what he was doing. He did it on purpose. That's not an excuse. Saying, well, he's mental. Of course he was. He murdered people in cold blood for no reason. Yes, of course he's mental. He dies. I have no problem with that. I know there are some people who are very upset because, well, it was by firing squad. I mean, that's so brutal. It's so barbaric. It's supposed to be. That's the whole bloody point. It isn't supposed to be nice. You could hang him. I don't care. Hang him to death. Same thing. It's brutal. It's barbaric. It's supposed to be. It's supposed to be a disincentive. It's supposed to make reasonable people think twice about taking someone's life. It's supposed to disencourage criminals, even if they're going to commit a crime, to not take a life. That's the whole point. That it's not nice and kind and gentle. It's violent and vicious and painful. It's supposed to be. I have no problem with the death penalty. Some people deserve the death penalty. What's his name? Gacy, and what's the other one? Starts with a D. Dahmer. They're evil people. They deserve to die. They deserve to die violently, in the same way that they killed their victims, violently. I have no pity for them. I have no shame for them. I have no sadness in my heart for these people. Died. Yeah. You killed someone with a baseball bat. Die. People who did not need to die. They did not harm you in any way, shape, and form. There is nothing about self-defense about this. You killed them because you wanted to kill them. You planned to kill even more people. After torturing, kidnapping, and torturing a woman, you were going to kill her too. I have no pity. I have no shred of mercy in my heart for that. Kill him dead. They shot him to death though. Okay, I got no problem. Shoot him. Hang him. Got no problem. Hang him. And publicize it. Videotape it. Show it to all the criminals. Show it to all the people who are doing life, who are in prison for violent crimes. Show them all. By the way, if you go too far with your violent crimes, if someone dies, this is what's going to happen to you. Show them the video. Make it part of the curriculum. Yes, If you go too far, if you, Mr. Violent Felon, who've committed 15, 20, 30 violent felonies, if you go too far and one of those people die, this is what's going to happen to you. Show them how someone dies in an electric chair. Show them how someone dies from being shot to death. Yes. Make this a point. Discourage people from doing it in the future. Because, yeah, some people deserve to die. I have no pity. I know some people are like, oh, but Mike, that's just not right. I don't care. Oh, but Mike, the government doesn't get, the government's wrong most of the time. I agree. And I think the justice system, yeah, we got a lot of problems. We could fix stuff. But there are certain people, like I said, Dahmer, Gacy, this guy, there's no question. It's not like oops, we got this wrong. Ooh, there's a question here. Might kind of, sort of, maybe be innocent. Maybe. No, there's no shred of innocence here. We know you did it. You know you're guilty. We all know you're guilty. There's no doubt in the evidence. You admit it yourself. Great. You get the death penalty. Die. Yes, and Dahmer, Grace is correct. Dahmer did get his justice from inmates. And I would have been, I'm just as happy whether it came from the inmates or from the public. You notice there's no inmate. Dahmer got killed. Not one inmate got tried for that. I mean, you can, and people don't realize sometimes. If you're in prison, you can still get arrested. You can still get charged and sentenced for committing crimes in prison. So if you attempt to kill somebody in prison, if you kill somebody in prison, you can still get a trial while you're in prison and have more time added to your sentence. So you can still go to jail for an even longer period of time. Nobody, as I recall, nobody got in trouble for killing Dahmer because he deserved to die. And the state just had no balls and they didn't want to do it. Grace says, Grace is mentioning that the problem I have for the channel, why we don't get 300, 500 more people subscribed or watching live, why we don't have like 5,000 people who are subscribers, is because Google doesn't like that I'm honest, that I use the words that I use, that I'm not afraid to say Al Green is a racist. Jasmine Crockett is a racist. Al Sharpton is a race grifter. Absolutely. Joy Reid is a race grifting hustler. Glad she got fired. Yeah, I say things and I'm speaking to you honestly, and YouTube does not like that. Again, what did YouTube want me to talk about today? Pete Buttigieg. Why? No one cares. Because they don't want you to care. They don't want you to pay attention. There's stuff that's happening in the Ukraine. There's stuff that's happening in the Middle East, Hamas. There's things that are affecting the economy. There are things that are happening in Canada. There's stuff happening around the world. They don't want you to talk about any of that. They want you to talk about Pete Buttigieg because no one cares. Because it's not important at all. It changes nothing in anyone's life. It's meaningless, waste of time. And that's what Google and YouTube wanted me to present to you. They said, Mike, you could get 10,000 subscribers. You could get 50,000 views if you just shut up. If you just don't talk to people. If they just don't think. You could be famous and you could make a lot of money. Just sell out. No. No, I'm going to talk about the issues that affect us all. I'm going to talk about the issues that are important. And I did. And whether we get 100 people who watched it live, or 500 people who watch it, or 5,000 subscribers, which I would love to have all of those things, I'm not going to stop talking to you and reacting and interacting with you. Because I'm not after, yes, I would like to have more money since this is how I make my money, most of my money. So it helps. Absolutely helps to pay the bills. Got to feed my dog. But I'm not selling out. You don't have to agree. You could think I'm wrong. That's okay. But I'm not going to sell out. No. Let's see. Grace goes on to say, Dahmer was reportedly awful in prison. Shaped food into body parts. No sign of remorse. And he deserved to die. He should have gotten the death penalty. I am not against the death penalty. I am not. And there are some people who need to die. It's just true. It's unfortunate. It's sad that those kind of people exist in the world, but it's not sad to say they got to go. It's better for the world. And I know there's someone who's going to say, but Mike, you should turn the other cheek. Aren't you a good Christian? Blah, blah. No, I'm not a saint. I'm not a saint. I'm not an angel. I'm not angelic. I'm not Gandhi. I'm just a man. And I got no problem. Some people just got to go. Dahmer, this guy, Sigmund, yeah, Gacy, they just, no. All right. So that was everything. What do you know? We did it in 5.5 hours, folks. We did the entire show, everything that I planned to do in 5.5 hours. Sometimes it takes a little bit longer, but 5.5 hours is about average. So if you are new to the program, let me mention to you again, thank you for being here. Whether you just made it for the last 5 minutes, or I know some people just come in for the second half of the show and they watch about the domestic, or some people just watch the beginning of the show and they're listening for the international news. Whichever you prefer, I thank you. Whether you were here for 5 minutes or 5 hours, I thank you for being here with us on the show as long as you have been. I hope you took the opportunity to subscribe. It makes all the world of difference. We're trying to get to 5,000 subscribers. I hope and I think we can do so this year, and it's all up to you guys. I hope I've earned at least one or two of you subscribing. If not, come back again. I'm going to try. I'll try again. I want you to know, my birthday is on April 6th. And every year on my birthday, I do a live stream marathon. We go about 12 hours. There may be guests this year. Not sure. Trying to work that out. But we do a marathon, and during that marathon, you can ask any question. Call it an AMA, an extended Ask Me Anything. And we cover the news of the day as well as any issue people come up with throughout the entire day. It's a long day for me. It's a lot of talking. But we will get through it, and we do it every year. And I think I'm going to try and raise some money for a charity this year. Haven't decided yet. Haven't worked out which charity. But we may try and raise some money for a charity as I speak. So it'll be a marathon, kind of like a muscular dystrophy, Jerry Lewis thing, trying to raise money for a good cause. I'll ask my Patreon supporters what they think is the best cause. Probably something to do with homelessness, or vets, maybe children, or all three. We'll see. That being said, I thank you guys. Once again, I want you to have a great evening. Our nation is doing better. I know the news media doesn't want you to believe that, and that's because they have an agenda. They're not being honest with you. I tell you up front all the time, I'm a conservative Republican. So take everything I say with a pinch or pound of salt, however you need to. But I can tell you that the mainstream news media isn't being honest with you. They're trying to shove you down a path that only has one exit. There's only one place that leads to. and that's to support their political agendas. That's wrong. We're in America. We're not in Germany. We're not in England. We're not in France. You have choice and you have a voice. And let's see what happens with Canada, huh? All right, folks. So with all of that said, 5.5 hours in, I appreciate and thank you, each and every one of you, for being here with me. See you guys very, very soon. We got more stuff coming up next week. Oh, by the way, last week, the week that just passed, we did cover a couple of other events in Manhattan, the Midtown Republican Club. We were there. We were covering some events there, some of the candidates that are looking for local elections. And so we invite you to check out the channel, see these candidates, make your own choice. Whether you want to support them or not, that's up to you. But do take the opportunity to hear what they had to say, some of the questions they answered, and make your own mind up. With that, I'm gone.